All right, baby. You can talk now.
Yay!
You can talk now because it's like no. And what? The cat's gonna freak out now? Of course, of course, the cat's gonna freak out now. Hope you can hear us, chat. Hope everybody's looking good because now we reveal. Right now, in a week's worth of planning, here it is. And of course, I got to do this the old-fashioned way. 10 years of the ministry. Now, originally I had my bowler all ready to go.
I had my hat
Pip
too.
had a hat too, and then we realized we had to put we had to put Books' Bay. I can see there are gonna be a lot of people coming into stream, and they're gonna be pulling in things like Eliza. I already saw that Eliza D. Braun is somewhere, and then Books' Bay is in here. I'm expecting a lot. Yo, Electric, how you doing? And look at all these people coming on in. Man, this is great.
We're going to be here for a while.
Of course,
so.
Steampunk Rick is here. Nobilis Reed is in the house. I think it's the first time I've seen Nobilis Reed in my stream, to be honest with you. I think this is the first time. I know PC Herring is lurking out there somewhere. Oh yeah, before anybody says anything, yes, I realize it's a special occasion. I figured.
It is.
I know this is the most least steampunk thing that you could actually have, like a Starbucks plastic mug. But here's the thing: I've just finished this morning a 10K. I am rehydrating like.
If we'd thought about it, we would have got you to use the mug that we got from Detroit.
Oh my God! Or how about the mug we had? Oh no, we didn't keep that mug from Amaru, did we? They wouldn't let us keep that mug from Amaru.
That's right, they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't. Starbucks. Well, don't tempt me with the Starbucks mint juleps.
Oh my gosh!
We got so much mint in this house. We're ready to go. But anyway, thank you, everybody. Yeah, I know. We got a bit of an echo, Nobilis. It's actually the thing about this particular mic. Not this mic, but Pip's mic. It actually picks up my voice and Pip's voice as well. It's really sensitive. You could always try to turn it down the gain on that, honey, if you can find it.
I've got volume. That's all I've got.
Oh no, gain's in the back, honey.
Oh, gain's in the
Gain's
back.
in the back. I know. Title of her sex tape.
Gain's in the back.
Anyway, yeah. That's Bavarian birthday beer.
How's that?
What? Is that not? Is it? Does it not have a gain back there?
Yes, there is a gain.
Oh, there's a gain. Okay. Well, let's.
I believe that's turning gain up. I'm turning it all the way down.
Well, we'll just have to manage because, like I said, it's one of those.
Those buttons in the back.
That is one of those. That's one of those things that that we've never really been able to get to work around. And I mean, now granted, the studio is soon going to become a work in progress because the
Since I'm not wearing my hat, I'm going to put my hair down.
all right, you go right ahead. It's going to become a work in progress because I'm currently in the steps of retiring that Mac over there, which as it relates back to the celebration. I wrote the very first Phoenix Rising on that.
You mean this book?
No, honey. I mean this book here.
Oh my God, you've got one too.
I've got one too. But yeah, we I've written quite a few books on that thing. 2007 was when that Macintosh, where Pip is currently sitting, that Mac went into service, and we are now.
It can almost drink mint juleps by itself.
Yeah, and right now, and 14 years, chat, 14 years of writing, of podcasting, of all kinds of stuff that we have done.
That has happened on
that stream, and I just realized I left.
But
the link
10 years, I know this week we've been celebrating, and it's been surprising how many people are like 10 years.
Yeah, I know, right?
10 years.
I know, right?
How did that happen? And that's entirely how we've been thinking about it. It's like, wow, thinking about all the things that have happened in 10 years.
In fact, I have when we get PC Herring on here, I have some special stuff that I need to share with PC, specifically about this.
Now, we are going to warn you that we have an embarrassment of riches, a huge group of people that we're going to be talking to in the next 4 hours. Quite honestly, we probably could have gone 24 hours just on the ministry.
It's pretty amazing. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you, Kat.
And it is hard to believe, Rick. I mean, it's hard to believe. Oh, you're talking, Randy, about James Langdon. James Langdon. I when I listened to that first book and his thing, I wrote him an email, A Steampunk Slumber Party. That'll be for the 20-year anniversary.
Oh my gosh.
That'll be for the 20-year anniversary. But I remember writing James Langdon and saying to Mr. Langdon, saying, "Sir, I want to apologize for all the different accents we threw at you."
Yeah. We didn't really write the book thinking about all the different of it being an audio book, which is funny when we start talking about the origins of the ministry, which is odd and peculiar
in itself. And honestly, chat, the game plan for today is we are going to be saying hey to a lot of different authors from the ministry series, both the printed ministry protocol, as well as we're going to be talking with a lot of folks from the Ministry Peculiar Occurrences award-winning podcast Tales from the Archives. Yes, there are people that podcast other than Joe Rogan and Bruce Springsteen.
I know, brother.
And Barack Obama, yes, and Michelle Obama. There are other people that do that. And now we're really excited about bringing on some of those people. And oh, look at that. We just got from Astral Audio. We just got 1,000 biddies for 10 years.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
How about that?
Yes.
How about that? Thank you.
More of that, please.
100 biddies per year.
Alan Sale, everybody. What was that?
It's 100 biddies a year.
100 biddies. Yep.
Every year.
Every year.
That's very nice.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
How did we even
We
get
weren't
here?
thinking. No, honestly, Brother Osric, Mike Spence, who will be joining us later in this cast.
We did not think about
and
it.
for anybody who is watching this, or for anybody who is watching this in repeat, yes, there will be a podcast version of this entire recording that we're going to be releasing in different episodes, and we're going to be releasing it on the Shared Desk over at theshareddesk.com. But I better get this out, yeah.
The ding better be there.
If anyone has been curious about the status of the Shared Desk and even of Happy Hour from the Tower, I just want to make it clear. I think that we're all suffering a little bit from
Pandemic fatigue, I think we should say.
Yeah, from COVID fatigue.
But we are crawling our way out of it.
That we are.
And we're going to have some details about what we're planning to do as we pull ourselves inch by inch out of this thing.
That's been the nice thing. I don't think we have. I don't think we've pod faded. I just feel like we're kind of transitioning.
Yeah.
It's been a long road for all of us, and I'm the first one to say that it's been a long road for all of us. We do have steampunk masks, and we were actually threatened. Did you know this? We were actually threatened with a potential what is it? A party crash. It was Mistress Jet Dixon. She and the vicar were supposed to be.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
Town.
Curse you, pandemic.
Curse you,
taking
pandemic.
So much
we're
from us.
We're still not fully vaccinated in this house, and we're just trying to take it one step
one day
at a time.
they'll crash, and we'll do another.
Yeah,
we'll do something else.
It would have been appropriate to have Jet in here because Jet was our proto Eliza.
Yeah. First in the trailer.
Now
we're going to be watching the time in this 4 hours because we've got. That means we've got to keep on schedule.
Yeah, our first guest is going to be Paul Ellis, and that's the third screen you see in the lower part.
Yes.
Paul Ellis is supposed to be he's supposed to be joining us on this this cast, and then we're going to talk a little bit about
He is the author of Foothold.
Foothold. And do you remember? Do you have down which season that appeared in?
I think Paul was. Let me see. I think he was very early on.
Mika just went. We have 8 people in the Peculiar 7, 11 years, and the 10th anniversary works. That's what we should have done. We should have had our 10th anniversary next year, so that we would have had our 10th year. All right. So real quick, unfortunately, Steampunk Rick did not join us. Steampunk Rick. Nathan Lowell did not join us this year.
No,
unfortunately. Neither did Allie Grower, but for very good reasons. Allie Grower is busy being queen.
She is a queen now.
Allie Grower is now a queen.
She
is now a queen. So she'll be waving to all of us like this. For those of you,
honestly, if we'd had everybody,
oh man,
who we've worked with in the ministry sandbox, we would be here 24 hours. It'd be a 24-hour stream.
So did everybody? So did all the authors, all of our guests? They all got the link for our Google Chat, correct?
Well, I said we would be sending them the invite.
Okay, good. So you sent one to Paul, I assume.
I sent. That's why I sent you the Google Doc, my darling.
Hun,
so
could you please do that? Because I'm kind of busy running the stream. I'm kind of busy running the stream.
Wow. This is how it goes.
Like a well-oiled machine, chat. So while Pip sends out the first invite to folks, oh, look at this. Cat. Wow. Canterbury donating $10 to celebrate 10 years in the Ministry of Occurrences. Wasn't even planning on that, but, thank you so much.
Yes! More of that, please. More of that, my girl.
So this is kind of a nice lead-in. I'll let as Pip is sending out some invites to folks, I can go on ahead and say this.
Actually, you should let me in.
Oh, what? You want? Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Because what happens is you send the invite and then they ask to come in.
Right. That makes sense. And of course, there you are, and now we have even more of an echo. So, I mute.
Just mute me.
I mute you. I mute you.
I mute you.
And now I've just got to figure out. Yeah. Well, like I said, we're figuring out some of the technical aspects of all this as we go. Now I'm going to make the bold assumption that everyone's going to be able to hear me. And if we have to, I can go ahead and mute my microphone and then have the odd. We can have some sort of odd delay as we're going forward. Again, this is one of the technical trickiness. This is the technical trickiness of doing this kind of a get together.
I think you have to actually invite him because I can't do that. I'm not the hosting the meeting, so.
If only we had done a dress rehearsal, right?
Yeah, that would have been a good idea. All right, we're going to be running a little late, but
What? So how do you want? So do you want to go ahead and put out a new? Do you want to create a new link? Honey, I can't run it all here. How do we do this? And remember, we're live, so
I know.
If you want me to pad, why don't you pad while you figure this out? Thank you. Okay, so this should not come as a surprise to anybody. How we wound up with 8 folks as opposed to 7 in the ministry 7 was that we did a recount. We actually went through 2 different editors, and when the book was in print, we started work, of course, on the Janus Affair.
Oh my gosh, sorry T. How do I need you to invite. I don't know how to invite somebody from the meeting.
All right.
I have not Zoomed or Google Meeted for so long that I don't know how to do it.
This is really not a conversation to have while the stream is
I know.
Well, this is really a conversation not to have while the stream is in progress.
That's why I sent you the list of people and their email addresses.
Oh, thank God I had all the time in the world this week, not, with job interviews and things of that nature. Let me go on ahead and manage this. Let's see. Okay, so, honey, I don't have the bandwidth to do it. I can't run it. You're gonna have to start. You basically go to meet.google.com and then you start up the meeting and then you send out the link. It's pretty simple.
Well, in that case, I'm getting out of this one.
Well, there's a problem though. There's an additional problem.
The audio.
No, the video. Where's the stream coming from? So,
crap. I'm sorry. We're very sorry. Sorry. I'm turning into a Canadian.
Oh my God! All right, hang on a second, everybody. We're gonna manage this as best as we can. All right, give us a second here. It's a good thing that that someone who's on the other side and still on the stream is talking while I'm managing this.
Yes, I know. Okay. Hey, Paul. Okay.
God. How long have you been in podcast? How long have you been?
I have not used Google Meet for anything. That's my problem.
Okay. Please hold, everybody. We're working through.
Yeah.
Like a well-oiled machine.
Honestly, the ministry was better run than this. Well, was it? I'm not sure if it was.
Maybe that's why they had so many problems. I don't know. Okay, I have the thing. Here we go. There's the Twitch stream.
Okay. You need to pad. You need to pad.
So originally, let me tell while he's doing that. Originally, the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences was meant for audio. T and I started it as what was originally going to be a podcast for pay. Remember when people were playing around with that back in the early aughties? So that's what it was. It was just a way of us seeing how this new market might be evolving. And instead it turned into a book, and then it turned around and became a podcast. So this is how things work around the ministry. Very, very, very strange. Very, very odd. Let's see. I might have to ping Paul and just let him know that.
Okay, you're kind of complicating things now. Am I doing this, or are you doing this?
You're doing this.
Because I'm going to try to actually reschedule Paul, because we're now getting close to Nobilis' time.
Yes.
And this is why you actually have chat. You have other people organize this.
Yes, we need a PA.
Yeah. No, we need a TA. We need a technical assistant, not a promotional assistant. But let me just go on ahead and reach out to people, because wow. Honey, talk,
yes,
please.
I'm talking. I'm staring at the numbers. That's all. Sorry, chat. Sorry,
chat. You're killing me, hon. You're killing me.
Yeah, watch as I murder T on I remember T telling me about the ministry. Yeah, it was a Balticon. I was talking to Paul Herring the other day, and he was like, I remember T telling me about this little incident that Pip was trying to get him involved in. And honestly, looking back, it's so bizarre that it became all the strange and wonderful things that it became. The role-playing game was particularly a strange one, because I was directly responsible for it, and in a completely unexpected way, because I was at Balticon, where many of you have been, and Brennan Taylor was there, who's the head of Galileo Games, and I think we kind of passed in the hallway or in the one of the rooms, and he was talking about he was rushing off to do a panel on role playing and stuff, and I think I said to him very offhandedly, like, the ministry would be a great role playing game. And then we parted, and I didn't ever think anything of it. I didn't even remember it when a year later, our friend J.R. Blackwell, who works with Brennan, as well as doing her own amazing photography and writing and all that sort of thing, said to T, hey, Pip pitched the RPG. Are you guys ready to go on that project? And he came running upstairs or downstairs or something and said to me, did you pitch Brennan Taylor from Galileo Games that we would work with him and make the ministry a role-playing game? And I was like, no, I don't. Oh, hold on, that's right. I did talk to him last Balticon. I didn't really think was that a pitch? I didn't really feel like it was a pitch. But apparently it was. And you do the thing where you go, oh yeah, totally ready to go onto that. And so it didn't just become just that, it also became a Kickstarter, because we were like, this is how it works at the ministry. It is a peculiar thing. It then rolled on from there to become a Kickstarter for Galileo Games. And I'm not quite sure, I can't remember how it came to be that we were like, we were sort of muddling through an idea of doing an anthology series with people, with various friends we'd met along the way. And I said, hold on, we don't really want to be doing 2 Kickstarters for the ministry at the same time. No, that would be silly. That would kind of split the energy if we did 2. So we ended up doing a Kickstarter with Brannon and Galileo Games that became the Ministry Initiative and the Ministry Protocol. So we ended up with an anthology and an RPG, and we did a whole thing where we filmed. We went up to Philadelphia, and we filmed with JR and Brennan, and we had Piper J. Drake, who was using PJ Schneider then. She was writing under that name then. And it was just, it was one of those sort of crazy, fun things that when you're in the middle of, you don't quite know how it's going to turn out. Like, is this thing actually going to work? And of course, because we had wonderful people that we were working with, and they brought their
talented.
Yeah, like really talented, creative, just amazing people that we were working with. It worked, and it worked really well. We were like, I think we got like 200-something% over our Kickstarter, and we were able to do wonderful things like we did steampunk dice, which I think we've still got a set of around somewhere. So we did steampunk dice, and it was nice. We were able to pay people for their anthology work, and we were able to get the amazing Alex White. Oh my God, Alex. I didn't really share all of the really cool stuff. I might keep throwing things up on our Twitter and Instagram feed. Alex went out and did a whole photo shoot for both the Protocol and Initiative. I mean, and they got cosplayers, and they hired a train. It wasn't a moving train.
It was an amazing.
It was like one of those trains that doesn't go anywhere. It's kind of cemented into the ground, but it made a great prop. So they got, I mean, I didn't see the level of work. Neither of us saw the level of work that went into that, but I've seen the behind the scenes pictures, and it was just this whole crew of other people with Alex at the helm, making these amazing images for.
A couple of things. It's a couple things. One, look at your laptop, because I've had to change it a bit. I had to do a change up a bit, and that's where your primary video is going to be.
Okay, I can see that.
Okay. Now, third thing. Second. There is no second thing. There is no second thing. Third thing. Honey, look at your camera there.
Yes.
Or look me. Either look at me or that camera there. Thank you. God.
So.
Well-oiled machine.
I'll stare. Otherwise, I'd stare at that one.
Now you look like you're a pro at Zoom meetings, because now I only see your eyes.
I moved the camera.
Okay. So yeah. So the good news is Paul Ellis, who was our 12:15.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, he has moved himself to 3:45. All right, which means we're gonna go a little later than 4. No big deal. Second thing, Nobilis Reed. He should be in any minute now. Feel free to come on in, Nobilis Reed.
Oh yes.
Right.
Please do.
Yeah. And there he is. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the stage with us, Nobilis Reed.
Hello.
How are you, Nobilis?
I am well.
You sound very good.
I do have to plug into my own computer now, right?
Well, you want to hear? Wow, he's even got the cat on his shoulder. That's
well,
a stream cat right there.
That's a streaming cat.
Yeah, this is Toki. She is a new addition to our house, and she knows that I have treats, so she's climbing me for them.
Fantastic.
So
fantastic.
I'm going to do what I can to distract her here, and put these where she will be less disruptive. But yeah. So yeah. Ministry.
Nobilis, it is a pleasure to have you here. Now,
thank you.
First question. Tell us a little bit about your story and your contribution to the Ministry of the Occurrences.
Blessings of Balshaman. I could still not.
Balshaman. Yeah. You asked me to do a story, and I was just kind of thinking about the kinds of things that I like to write and the kinds of people I like to write about. And I remembered a figure from the approximately right period of history, the first person to translate the Kama Sutra. And the name escaped me this moment. So, yes, these by Sir Richard Burton, Richard Francis Burton. And I thought this is an interesting character, and so I did a little research and found out that he was even more interesting than I thought, and so was his wife, and that during the ministry time period, they were active in the archaeological type world in at the time what's now Israel and Jordan and Syria area, the Levant they called it, yes. So I just imagined a ministry adventure that involved those two people, and basically everything built from there. And as it turns out, the story ended up not having anything to do with the Kama Sutra, but it was a lot of fun to research it and to figure out how Sir Richard Burton might interact with the ministry and what might go on with them, and add a little hint of the supernatural in there, and yeah, I had a lot of fun writing that story.
I couldn't remember. Had you written steampunk before?
I'd written a few steampunk stories before. It was never a huge focus, but but it wasn't completely new to me. And of course, I was a big fan of the ministry all along. So even if that had been my only knowledge of it, I certainly got plenty of education in how all that worked. Since my story was set kind of out in an archaeological dig, it didn't have a lot of the kind of big steampunk. It didn't have airships and lightning rail and all the other kind of weird big steampunk that you get. But I managed to work a little of it in with my ministry agent and Sir Richard Burton comparing their revolvers that they had modified and made special, and then I could have the line of his wife saying, "Are you guys done comparing your guns?"
Well, men and technology, right?
Well, men in general. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's a reason why the phrase is called "whipping out your dick." There's a reason behind that phrase. There's a reason behind it. But what about Nabilas? How long have you been writing? Now, have you been were you podcasting before a writer, or
I was a
vice
writer.
versa?
I was a writer before I was a podcaster. Podcasting came along, and at the time I had a long commute. I was listening to basically everything I could find, because this was not the days when there was so much that you could never even listen to everything that's produced in a day in a whole year. This was, I listened to Slice of Sci-Fi and Mur Lafferty and the others that were available at the time early on. And it just seemed to me that, and then I heard of this thing called Podiobooks. And I listened to this new author that I'd never heard of before, T. Morris, who had a book there.
What a hack.
And then there was this other author, Philippa Ballantyne, who had a book there. And I devoured those. And I thought, hey, I've been writing some fiction. Maybe I should do something. And the whole thing really got started when there was a running joke at Slice of Sci-Fi that they were going to do an erotica podcast. I did not know that it was a running joke. And so I kept saying, hey, I'd love to be part of this. It sounds great. And they never like said, "Oh, Nobilis, it's a joke. Don't take this serious." They never said that. They just kept putting me off, and I'm like, "All right, fine. Well, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it myself." And so that's how I got started. And yeah, that's been pretty much continuously ever since. But yeah, you guys were definitely an inspiration for getting me started.
Oh, thank you.
We have been called great enablers back in the past. We have been called great enablers.
Yeah. And then, well, now, of course, I've passed it on to someone else. Few years ago, about 3 years ago, a friend of mine, Greg Larson, who you may have met at Balticon once or twice, was doing this thing on Facebook with this shtick where he had a job with a clearance, as a lot of people in DC do. And he couldn't talk about what was going on, but there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on at his job. And so he transferred the stories so that the things he were talking about were metaphorical. So he could kind of file the serial numbers off of what was going with these stupid, crazy things going on at work. And it was all about giant monsters inside silos at this thing, rather than whatever it is he was actually talking about. And I said, Greg, this stuff is funny. This is really funny. You should do a podcast with it because people would love it. And he said, well, I don't have time to do that myself. And besides, you're much better. How about I write them and you produce them? Mm-hmm. And so Greg is now the writer for This Kaiju Life, which is our everyday office tech guy at a place with all kinds of wild things going on. So that one's a clean podcast. We actually bleep the rare swear words.
And I got to tell you, this is your influence. Like when I was watching Godzilla vs. Kong, all I could think about was, I'm enjoying This Kaiju Life a little better than this. I gotta be honest. And anytime I hear the word kaiju drop, I'm just like, I hear your voice. Commentating.
Awesome.
Like I was commentating, we are canceling the apocalypse. Yeah, I think it's been a long time since this guy's been in the field.
So that's one thing you're doing.
Yeah.
What tell us about your other things, and you can tell us about your R-rated stuff.
Well, okay,
R-rated,
probably.
Honey? R-rated.
Well, the thing that I've actually my big thing most recently is actually several years old now, which is Monster Whisperer, which is a story about a woman who advises people on the tentacle monsters that they keep as companions. And it started off as a short story that was just kind of like a parody of Dog Whisperer, and then just blew up. And it's kind of an epic science fiction novel now. There are 2 sequels to it, but because of some complications at my publisher, they're kind of on hold. At first, the publisher that I was with, Circlet Press, got sold to another press, Riverdale Avenue Books, keeping the editor-in-chief, Cecilia Tan, on as the editor of the imprint when it goes to the new place. And then very shortly after that was all concluded, the person who is in charge at Riverdale Avenue Books, Lori Perkins, was diagnosed with breast cancer. And so the whole thing has just been on hold this entire time, because both of those things take a lot of time to resolve. I'm hoping that we can get the second book in the series published sometime this year, but I have no firm commitments, and it's the kind of book that would have a hard time finding a home anywhere else.
Well, yeah.
So that's really very much on hold. And these days, actually, my podcasting stuff is a lot more important to my career than the writing. The writing is more feeding the podcast than the other way around. So my podcast is Nobilis Erotica. Currently, that's the name. I'm thinking about a branding change. But anyways, that's at Nobilis.
Wow, I'm sorry. That's a big deal for you. That's all I've known. That's all I've known since when? I mean, you started this 2007, 2008.
Yeah, I think the first episode. the first episode. Well, see, it's
Before you thought it was a joke.
Yeah, well, okay. The very first thing I ever did in podcasting was actually in 2006, where I was contributing segments to somebody else's show.
Okay.
And I was just recording stuff and they send them file and they would incorporate in their show. And they eventually said, look, your stuff's good enough. You should have your own show. And so in December of 2006, I uploaded my first file to
Wow.
December of 2006. I uploaded my first file to Libsyn. And then realized that I had not sent up the finished file. I had sent up the straight off the mic file, and I had to take it down. So actually, so the first file that you find on my feed is January 2007 rather than December 2006.
Look, remember, Nobilis, we were all just trying to figure our way through this. I mean,
oh yeah, it was.
You got to remember when we wanted to
The Wild West.
We had to take, we had to tell everybody to pull on their tin cans a little tighter, and then you took your fishing wire, tied it to someone else's fishing wire, and then we all listened to our podcast together. You remember those days?
I remember having a little Sansa brick MP3 player that I would plug into my computer and then run this software that would check the RSS feeds and then download the files to my MP3 player, and then that was what I listened on.
Oh, don't go looking for yours, T.
No, but I was trying to find a cable, the elusive cable thing, and I came across my original iRiver. I don't know if you remember the iRivers, or as I like to call them, podcaster's necktie. The little itty bitty, you could always find the podcasters chat. I could always find them because they were the ones with the iRiver hanging around their necks. If they were cosplaying, didn't matter. They still had the iRivers around their neck, just in case they could get that joiner, or they could get bumper, anything.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Good times,
Oh yeah.
good times.
Somewhere young podcasters are listening to us going, what?
Yeah.
What is that strange thing?
So,
Well,
so yeah. Go ahead.
It was so good to include you. And you
Oh,
brought something really
I
new and
love being
interesting.
part of it. It has been a highlight of my involvement in the podcasting world to have been able to contribute to that.
And we will meet again, right?
Yes, absolutely. I've got my second vaccine scheduled for about 2 weeks from now. So after that, we need to get together because we live too close together to not see each other.
We actually live pretty close.
We do.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nobilis, where can people find you online, and where can they catch up with you, whether it's on Twitch or whether it's in podcasting? Go ahead and pimp yourself.
My Twitter is at Nobilis, Nobilis. I keep getting tweets from the French wallpaper company of the same name because I appear to have taken the name out from under them, and that's got all my links there. But my main podcast site is at nobilis.libsyn.com, and then if you're a little leery of the sexy stuff, you can find This Kaiju Life at kaiju.libsyn.com, and we are on.
I've forgotten.
We are on all the sites. If you search for Nobilis, you will almost certainly find my podcast on whatever search engine you're looking at. Whatever podcast search you're looking at. If you search for Kaiju, you will probably find This Kaiju Life among the results. There are a few people talking about Kaiju out there. But yeah, that's where to find me. Thank you so much for inviting me to this. This is a lovely thing, and congratulations on 10 years of the success of the ministry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will see you soon.
Yes.
That's not a
yes. Yes. That's a fact. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye.
I'm going to see if I can't improve my audio ever so slightly, because I was told that I could have sounded better. And the thing is, I'm actually hearing myself through you, and I don't know how I sound right now.
You sound all right. Well, I'm listening to you through.
Yeah.
through Google
And I
Meet,
sound
and
like
you
I'm
sound
in
fun.
a tin can. So, and even though it's picking up this microphone, I don't hear a difference. I do not hear a difference. So, we're just gonna have to go with it as best as we can. And on the 20th anniversary, we're going to work on, doing a tech.
Well, maybe by the 20th, we'll be just
I'll
beaming.
have a job.
No, we'll be beaming it into each other's minds.
No, we're still going to be doing this, and even if we were being into each other's minds, we're still going to have tech rehearsals. This is why you have tech rehearsals, because honestly, I don't know how this is. We can chuckle about it, but unfortunately, I don't know. Oh, I gotta send something to Michael Spence because I now have a new job. I'm just gonna wait and see how long you.
LG. I'm just reading chat, and Steampunk said, "I used to listen to podcasts on my LG Envy, and I don't know what that is. It's a mystery."
No, it's an MP3 player.
Oh, is it?
It's an MP3 player.
I just hadn't heard of it before. Maybe I'm not enough of a geek for you. I'm different. I'm geeky in different ways.
It'd be great if you could geek out, like talking to people while I do this.
So Eliza.
Or you can just sit back, kick back, enjoy another mint julep if you like.
Ooh, I would love to have a mint julep. Okay. I was just saying, Eliza is saying that we should have a steampunk slumber party on the 20th anniversary. We'll be too old for slumber parties by then.
You are never too old for a pillow fight. What are you talking about, woman? What are you talking about?
You want to be in your 60s.
Yep.
Lying on the floor, eating popcorn. Because that's what...
Watching movies. It's the way to go.
A flip phone. Wow, Rick. If we said that to our door, she'd go, what? It had buttons?
No, that was the punishment phone, if you remember.
That's right.
Punishment phone.
She never got the punishment phone.
Yeah, she did, but
one time.
There was one time she got a punishment phone.
Yeah, the first time she got her iPhone, we said, if you misuse it, here is the punishment phone. It has buttons. And you can't stream YouTube on it. So, yeah. That kept her in line. A posh slumber party, says Elias. I would say, if I was going to have a ministry-themed slumber party, it should be in London at the Ritz.
Jeez, woman.
With, like, a proper tea party in the afternoon. Then go upstairs with all those big beds with feathers and, and a butler. And he comes in and brings us, like, Doritos and...
Hey, hon,
cheese
we have a
balls.
guest.
Hey, sorry, they put me onto this.
You're going to have to focus here because I'm running tech support here as well.
Hello,
So, take the
Michael.
helm.
That's all
Take the
right.
helm, honey. Take the helm.
Hello. Oh, it's good to see your face.
That's
So,
all right. I'm busy listening.
Michael Spence.
Yes.
Why the sea is boiling hot. Welcome.
Oh, yes.
So, I'm trying to remember. How did we approach you for this grand adventure?
We just lost him.
Oh.
Just lost him. We've lost Michael Spence, and I have nothing to do with it. Got nothing to do with it.
Oh, maybe he lost
I'm
his
working on it
connection.
as best as I can here.
We'll have to see if we can get him back. But personally, I was reading the title again, and because I'm rereading Alice in Adventures in Wonderland, I was like, oh yeah, why the sea is boiling hot? That's where it comes from. I'm just trying to... Michael is definitely someone we met at Balticon, right?
Oh, we met... No. Michael Spence... Michael Spencer was from podcasting.
Podcasting, yes.
We met at Balticon, but we know him from
Yeah.
from podcasting.
Actually,
And I know he's Brother Osric in chat, so I'm just making sure. Is he
seeing if he's
okay?
still there.
We haven't lost you, Brother Osric, right? The aliens have not come. There he is.
There we
Yes.
go.
There I is.
Oh, good.
Right. So quickly, from the top, talk a little bit about why the sea is boiling hot and how it fits into the ministry mythos.
Okay, Why the Sea is Boiling Hot is a title I've been wanting to use for, oh goodness, for a long time. I first worked out a Star Trek connection, and then later we sang a cantata based on The Walrus and the Carpenter back in grade school, which is how I got into all that. It's the kind of line that sticks with you, as you can tell. Now, the ministry connection. You all had been talking about this thing called ether gates.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I thought, okay, well, what is an ether gate? Now, while you all were busy talking about the people going through them and everything, and Nathan Lowell was talking about turning in his keys to the ether gates, I tend to get caught up in the hardware. What's going on in all these things? What is the sea that is boiling hot? Well, the problem is travel is dangerous. Now, how is it dangerous? I noodled around with that for quite a while, and that's kind of how the story came together. And then I realized that on top of everything else, we had some anniversary dates popping up for Lewis Carroll.
Yes.
So there we go. It just kind of came in from there.
Oh, there's so many wonderful people of literature that you can mess around with, let alone the other historical people. Yeah.
And then in addition, you had the wonderful Katie Brisky as your intern doing editorial work. She looked over it, gave me some giving me some pointers as to things you could snip out and tighten the prose. God bless her. She also provided another historical tie-in, and that was great. And then on top of everything else, I had the lovely Philippa Ballantyne reading it onto the podcast.
Yep.
That I honestly think that if that had not been the case, it wouldn't have gone anywhere. But no, your voice attracted the Parsec judges, and so so you got nominated, and you made the finals.
Right.
Oh yes, the Parsec Awards.
Yeah.
We should have brought them down from the table, from up on the wall.
I've been sucking down on water trying to hydrate. So don't worry, that might still happen. That might still happen. I do want to also say, Mike, it was actually your story that I would say had a huge influence on the novels themselves.
Especially the Ghost
Really?
Rebellion.
Because the Ghost Rebellion. I mean, I don't know if you ever put it together, but you were talking about how unsafe the ether gates were, and I'm like, yeah, you don't really hear people talk about that in Stargate SG-1. And so I was like, yeah, what if we had someone that was doing, we took your kernel of an idea and just build on it even more.
Yes.
And it really did have a nice influence, and it was also one of those things that tied. It was the dude's rug. Okay, it was the dude's rug. It tied the whole series together.
Cool.
And you were not the only writer in the Tales from the Archives canon that had that happen. I mean, there were several authors that all had their unique imprints. I would say yours would be for the Ghost Rebellion. I would also say that Jack Mangan had his for creating the Agents of Awesome. So, but that was also part of the feel. And I wanted to know, and ask you, what was your attraction to writing in this universe? I mean, was it to think, oh, hey, I might make an impression too, or is it just, no, I like this sandbox. This is a fun sandbox to play in. I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
It is a fun sandbox to play in. You could do all kinds of wacky things. And okay, first of all, I've been into well, now they call it speculative fiction. I've been a science fiction fan for a long time. And then then it goes in different directions. Like along comes the Wild Wild West, which gets kind of strange stuff and then puts it into the 1880s Western. And I thought that was so cool. You had the man from U.N.C.L.E. out west. So, complete with gadgets. So, and of course the gadgets were the fun, one of the fun parts. And you can see how that happens, I think, in both the stories I contributed to you all. And so, one other thing. One thing that attracted me to this, and that is, I've always enjoyed those authors who can look at a universe and say, oh, you know, there are some connections here that really should be made. Or there are some gaps that can be easily filled in. I've done that for a couple of shared universes.
Mm-hmm.
And this was my opportunity to do it for the ministry. So that I am quite honored and very, very grateful for the opportunity to do this.
Oh, it was lovely
for
you to have you write for us.
I was also very pleased to see it come out as a 99-penny dreadful.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for the other one to come out as a 99-penny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Tales from the Archives will be back on track, shall we say.
Oh, good. I'm still waiting to hear another one from Phil Rossi, which sounds good.
Oh, that. Well,
No.
T will have to put
Oh,
the screws to him.
Yeah, I am going to have to do that. I think I'm going to have to do that, most definitely. All right, so, Mike, where's the best place that people can find you online? We are about to bring in our next guest, so where can people find you? And where's the best place to find your stuff?
Okay, the best place to find me right now is on Facebook. I also have a blog at michaelspence.us. That's all you have to type in there.
I got a pen, one of those two.
But it's been a while since I've written there. It's high time I got back there. No, instead of a bell, I was going to put in a klaxon and see how that happens, how that works, or an air horn.
Oh my gosh, our cats would run away.
The best place to find my stuff so far, if you can get the Sword and Sorceress issues, you'll find most of my stories there. I know there are some issues with it because, well, Ms. Bradley has a reputation now that she did not when we started it. However, it is going, the series has come to an end, but Lisa and I still have our treasures tales there. I have a couple more treasure story rattling around in my head that I haven't gotten down to paper. And I got some more essays to do that really need to be done. And you can go to J.C. Hutchins' Seventh Son and probably find my essay series, The Soul of the Seventh Son. That's where I get into the theology behind it all.
Nice.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's great to see you, Mike. We look forward to talking to you again real soon. Okay, take care. All
you
right?
betcha. Yeah. Oh, may I say that you have made a long-held fantasy come true. It has always been my ambition to be invited onto the shared desk.
There you go.
I made it.
You made it.
just have to hope now that the audio is good enough to be able to massage and turn into a podcast with. Thanks again, Michael.
Yay.
We'll talk to you later. All right.
You betcha.
All right.
Bye.
Farewell.
Farewell.
I will bring in another Mike.
Hello.
Yo, Mike Ventrilla. How are you, sir?
I'm doing.
Hi, I just lost you. Where are you? There you are. There you are. Hello.
There we are. So everyone, for those of you who are fans of the Shared Desk, you should recognize Mike Ventrilla because I think he might have been. He was not the last episode, but he was one of the most recent episodes we had when we were talking about writers and the First Amendment. And Michael, why don't you go on ahead and tell our audience a little bit about yourself and your contribution to the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences, Tales from the Archives.
Oh, I wrote a fun story. At least I think it's a fun story.
Yeah.
That created a couple of new characters who have a mystery that has to do with a clockwork situation. It's a good steampunk story, I think, and you guys did a great job of touching it up and making it sound even better.
Oh.
I don't know what to say. It's a mystery, and I enjoyed working in your universe. It was fun.
And you got to include Mummies.
Yes, Mummies. Mummies of Bunsley. It's Mummies in New York. In northern England. And of course, I actually did a little bit of research about that to make sure that I knew the place. And one of the fun things about making stories that take place in real places is using Google Maps and figure out where they would travel, looking at the museums. And so I worked a lot of that stuff into the story too.
Yeah. And weirdly, the Victorians were obsessed with mummies.
Yes.
They had
With-
mummy unwrapping parties.
They did.
What?
They had
Yeah.
wrapping parties. Yeah, they did.
I always
And-
think of that one where you pass the ball around and you unwrap it and there's a candy. I was like, is that
And
what they did to mummies?
I guess they did. I guess they did.
If I'm not mistaken, they also ate them or made tea out of them or something because they thought it would save them or something. I don't know, something weird.
Wow.
Strange things all the time. What can you do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, Michael, the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences was not your. Well, no, that was your first foray into steampunk.
Correct. It was. I had been.
What's some of the other stuff that you've written, and then since then you've actually written a steampunk novel. So could you tell us about the stuff that you've written beforehand, and now what you've written after?
All right. Well, I've got a pile of books here, so I'll go with that.
Yeah, throw them up.
This is Big Stick. This is the steampunk novel I wrote, except it's a little different. It's a little later than most steampunk stories because it takes place in 1898, and in America. It's an American steampunk story. Not that you guys haven't come to America, in one of your books, but this one definitely is very New York Central and Washington Central. And the fun part about this book is the main character is Teddy Roosevelt. I wanted to write a story with Teddy Roosevelt, and I thought a steampunk story would be wonderful. And so it had to be in 1898 because if I did it any earlier, he'd be much too young. In this book, he is the commissioner of police in New York, which he really was at the time. And I'm also a big fan of Girl Genius, which of course is Phil Foglio's a big steampunk comic. And so I sent him the book and said, "Would you like to do the cover?" And he went, "Yes." And I went, "Oh, wonderful." And he liked this particular scene, and that's the scene he decided he wanted to do. So I'm just thrilled that he was involved.
That must have been amazing.
Oh, I'm such a big fan of him. I've been a fan of his way back since Dragon Magazine. So to have him do a cover for me, just
boom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm geeking out about it even now. So the book right before this was Bloodsuckers: A Vampire Runs for President. This is political. And all my books are humorous, but they're not comedies. They're not like Terry Pratchett or anything. They're more, I don't know, they got humor in them because there's humor in life, obviously.
Yes.
I don't like stories that everyone is constantly serious. But this one involves a great conspiracy of vampires. No one believes vampires really exist, of course, but there's one running for president. And the reporter finds out that there's a vampire running for president, and he's going to expose this. And then there's an assassination attempt, and the reporter gets blamed for the assassination, has to go into hiding, and the only people who are going to save him are those crazy conspiracy people who think that vampires exist. It gets a little more complicated after that. It's sort of Dan Brown humor. How's that?
That's why I think you sit so well in the Ministry. The wackiness.
Yes, well, that's why I like the series so much, and that's why I've read all of the books, because they're lots of fun, and there are some steampunk books that just aren't that much fun, but the Ministry is absolutely fun. So I'm glad to be part of that.
we have often described it as a romp.
Well, that's a good way to put it. Yes.
I mean, that's really the fine line with steampunk and with how people approach it. Some people like us and Gail Carriger, we approach it with a sense of whimsy and a sense of fun. And then you've got KW Jeter, and then you've got Bruce Sterling and William Gibson with the difference engine. They go for the heavier themes. They go for the more industrial themes and colonization. And that's when I want to turn to you, Michael, and ask, what was the appeal for writing in steampunk? What was the appeal for you to get into this genre? And again, chat, for those of you who are hanging out with us, first off, thank you. If you have any questions for Michael or for us during this blitz of interviews, by all means, throw them out to chat. We will not only take them, but so will our guests. But Michael, what was the big appeal for steampunk? Not just with the ministry, but with Big Stick as well.
Well, Jeter actually is how I first got into steampunk, and that was like way back with, back in the 70s, I guess. And I thought that was great, and I just love the campiness. Actually, he's not very campy, but I love the campiness of those old steampunk, especially the movies where they had all these devices and they could do anything they want. And as I also like fantasy, because some of my other novels are fantasy novels, and
You can tell us that.
I got everything here, that's the whole point.
He is a lawyer, so he's used to.
He's prepared.
I'm prepared.
His arguments.
To me, steampunk and fantasy are very similar, and this is let me explain the difference. And I've said this before at conventions, and this is how it is. With fantasy, it's like this. Oh, great wizard, what is that in your hand? This is my wand of wonder. It shoots lightning. How does it work? Magic. With steampunk, it's like this. Professor, what's that in your hand? This is my transmogrifying eludicator. It shoots lightning. How does it work? Science. And that's what I like about steampunk.
Yes.
It's like you could do anything you want because science is going to solve all our problems. And so in a sense, it's like fantasy for me because I can make almost anything happen that's interesting and fun without having to explain it. Whereas hard science fiction, you'd have to explain everything. To me, it's just, how did he do that? Oh, it's magic. It's science. Great. End of discussion.
Right.
You don't need to see the inside.
Right.
You don't need to know that.
Well, in Big Stick, the main character is a woman who is not a scientist, and so she doesn't quite understand what's going on. Whenever the scientists start explaining things, because the book is pretty much in her point of view, she doesn't understand it and says they talked about something, but I didn't know what it was. And that's another way to get around it.
Well, we've all had the IT guy at the desk.
Yes.
Talking about a bunch of stuff you don't understand. So maybe that's because it's relatable.
It is relatable because everyone's an expert in something, and when you read the stories, they don't have to necessarily explain it as long as you know that it works.
So Electric in chat says is that he's hearing that steampunk is sci-fi, but with more actual science. I think I would describe steampunk as more of it's more of what would have happened if the difference engine, because it's actually based. I really feel that science fiction is more based in, at least steampunk is more based in history than science fiction is. I mean, steampunk is a subgenre of science fiction, sure, but I think the catch is that in science fiction we're looking forward, whereas with steampunk you've got all the pageantry of history, but there's also science at its core. So what would have happened if the difference engine had taken place? I mean, what a lot of people didn't know about the difference engine was there was a giant calculator. That's all it was. It was a giant calculator. But Babbage actually had the plans for another computation device that had, no bullshit, everybody, it had removable memory, it had expandable
Keyboard,
memory, it had a printer, it had a monitor. And had he gotten the funding for it, it could have been a thing. So that's where steampunk really takes off,
Well, it tries to build into the attitude that was very prominent during the Industrial Revolution, which is science can solve anything.
Right.
And a lot of the fiction back in those days, it wasn't called steampunk then, of course, but the idea was, Jules Verne, and H.G. Wells were writing things about, look, if we keep going in this direction, this is what we're going to be able to do.
yes.
And that optimism about science is one thing I like about most steampunk. Nowadays, there are some sort of dystopian steampunks. I don't really get into that kind of stuff.
No, there's a steampunk for everybody. You know, there's almost hard steampunk, maybe, written by engineers.
Yeah, but that's yeah.
And then there's fantasy and more historical.
I don't need to know how the stuff works. That's not important to me. You know, I mean, you guys have a ring that glows when somebody is on another continent, you know, when they want to tell them something. You know, how does that work? I don't know. I don't care. It works in the story. That's all I need to know, right?
I mean, how many people really know how this thing works? How many people really know how this thing works?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Magic.
right. If you ask me to
Apple.
explain how a computer works, I don't know, you know.
But it's Apple.
Right.
But it's also lots of fun just to write steampunk. That's what we keep doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, so in closing, Michael, where can people find you? And what's your next big project? What are you working on?
You can find me at michaelaventrella.com as a link to everything. Yeah, there's the bell. And what I'm working on right now is I just got an audiobook of my last nonfiction book as a lawyer called
Oh, that's right.
Arguing the Constitution with a Conservative. And I did the audiobook, and it just got uploaded this week.
Nice.
Oh, congratulations.
Since Amazon thinks that I'm good enough to do this, I'm going to probably do some audiobooks of some of the other books soon. I'm working on a sequel to Big Stick, but that's very slow moving right now. The pandemic has slowed everything down. We can talk about that later. But,
it has.
Well, thanks for being with us, Michael. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Great. Nice seeing everybody again.
Yeah, we will meet again.
We meet in person, hopefully. Yes.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Whew.
And we have Bill Bloom coming up right now, chat. We got Bill Bloom.
We are going at a clip.
We are moving at a clip, everybody. We're moving at a clip. And it was mainly because we did want to make sure that we had a chance to talk to all of you, but we also wanted to make sure that we had a chance to, you know, also just trip the lights fantastic, if you will, and also keep things moving. So Bill Bloom's story was, that wasn't the bitterest pill, was it?
It was.
It was the bitterest pill.
The bitter, yes.
Yeah, bitterest pill. And speak of the devil, there he is.
All the way from Richmond,
All the
Virginia.
way from Richmond, from my stomping grounds. And if you're curious who that mysterious man in the background is of the Diamond Conspiracy, the Diamond Conspiracy trailer, it was this guy here.
Oh my gosh!
Not that guy, not that.
Oh
guy.
no, this dude, not Windsor. I'm telling you, he's always the one to blame.
That guy on the camera.
That's the best thing about having a dragon.
That's why we don't have any dragons in the ministry.
Yeah, I should have dug out the hat. Unfortunately, I have no idea where it is. Jerry has like gone on a big cleaning spree, and it's buried somewhere in our bat cave, and so I have no idea. And it's even more buried now because we are now officially empty nesters. Hallelujah! And now that the kids are gone, there's all sorts of junk we've just shoved down into the bat cave, and it's like at some point.
That is us next year.
So I gotta.
Whoa! Get out!
Yeah, I know, right? But I gotta tell a quick story about Bill Bloom. This is a guy that really understands the power of branding. Not only is he known for having the photographs of that little stuffed dragon of Windsor, and yeah, that's how good his branding is. I know the name of the name of the dragon, but he also has this very signature hat.
Oh, I got it downstairs.
And it's not the hat that he was talking about. It's not the hat that he was talking about that appears in the Diamond Conspiracy trailer, chat. But it's this really styling leather hat, right? Yeah, you know, he's about to go get it. So and so where I'm going with this is that we were going to a writing festival. It was a writing festival, a literature festival, young adult festival, something like that. But that was the hat, right? That's the hat that I'm talking about. So anyway, I'm at this event. We sit down and we're, you know, Pip and I are just literally chatting, you know, just chatting away with the daughter, and we're sitting there, and I see from the back that hat, and I'm staring at it, and I think even Pip notices. Pip notices that hat as well, and she looks at me. She goes, "T, why are you staring at the guy's hat?" And I just went, "Bill," and turns around and there's Bill Bloom sitting in front of me. We wound up spending the entire day together. We had a really good laugh about it, and I said, "God damn, man, you've got your Brandon down to a science." So, Bill, tell us a little bit about the Bitterest Pill. Tell us about your story.
Oh God, the Bitter Pill was
Bitter Pill.
Yeah, the thing I loved about writing the Bitter Pill is I had the idea of I love Chinese folklore and a lot of the mythology that's built in there. And one of the big things that a lot of the stories are obsessed about is the idea of a pill to grant immortality. And so I started playing around with the idea of what does it really mean to be immortal? And of course, I found the bad idea of it, and that is kind of yeah. And that's what this story kind of focuses on. But I had to find a way to kind of work it, and I got the idea to try and go steampunk with it. It actually was born because I wanted to get it into an anthology, and that ended up not panning out. I think I went way too dark. Which, of course, worked great for you guys, thank God.
Well, no,
but
we don't mind it. We don't mind going dark.
No.
And
I would ask Pip that. Do you think that Tales from the Archives went a little darker than we ever did in the novels?
I think it was allowed to be more dark, I think. Because the books have a certain rhythm and cadence, but there are hints of the darkness underneath.
well, I was just saying, the characters in our stories are expendable. Let's be honest. Yeah, you can really be like, go Hamlet. Bye. And, it's just, yeah, I mean, it was one of the things I had a lot of fun writing. The thing that kind of made it great for steampunk is I actually researched and I found this interesting thing called the 6-Day War that occurred in Hong Kong. And it was something that neither side wanted to talk about because it was embarrassing for both sides. It was embarrassing for the British because it basically kind of showed their imperial colors in the not so favorable light. They killed 500 people. And the Chinese basically only managed to wound 2 people on the other side. And so it looked like a real bully situation for the Brits. But I kind of was like, well, what if it was more than just trying to get the Imperials out of there? What if their motivation is because the Brits are getting close to finding the pill to immortality? And this is kind of, the story takes place in the fallout, where the 6-Day War has happened. The one thing we kind of cheated on was to make it fit within your timeline. I moved it from 1899 to 1895, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just kind of fun to say, like, all right, so what would they do to try and find the pill, to find the person who has the answers? And so they bring in this assassin who works with an agent from the ministry. And it was really kind of fun writing that. I was so grateful y'all gave it a home, because that was one of those stories that just meant so much to me as a writer, not so much because of the content, but because it was one of those times when I was the first time I sat down, and it's just, I could really feel the writer mind coming on when I went, okay, well, if I'm going to do the story the way I'm thinking I'm going to do it, it has to be first person present tense.
Mm-hmm.
And just the fact that it was like my brain was able to figure that out so quickly, I was like, all right, I was like, shoot, I just leveled up.
So now with your other works, with the Vampire Hunter series that you have, the young adult Vampire Hunter series, and I mean, this was sort of a departure for you. This was a real departure for you. Yeah. So how would you compare the challenges of writing in a brand new genre that you were not known for, and how did you feel like the reception was from it? I mean, did you get a reception from the podcast? I mean, what were your thoughts on it?
The biggest thing for me, the most intimidating thing for me was the fact that it involved doing it as a podcast.
Really?
Oh God, yeah. My wife was the.
Dude, you got the pipes. You got the pipes. Come
I
on.
know. I got it.
And then I still remember when you said that. And you put all this gravitas in that final line, and I was like, oh. I mean, come on, you got it. But you said it was an intimidation for you. Okay, you were saying.
Well, yeah, because I was working with my wife on it.
Well,
which I'm sure y'all can appreciate.
Yeah, that is terrifying.
And part of it's because she's so good, and I was just like, she's done a lot of acting on stage, kind of like you. You've had a lot of theater experience, and she had done that. In fact, when we started dating, she, back in the day, we won't discuss how far back, she was in a production of Pippin at one of the local theaters where we grew up. And I will say she had a great outfit for that show, but I'm kind of getting distracted there on it. Anyway, sorry.
Okay.
TMI.
Come on.
But yeah, so it was a lot of fun doing it but I also will say the funniest part about the whole thing for me when I was having to do the voices, there was one female character in the whole stupid story. Not doing that again. And it meant she just had to do the one voice. And I'm sitting there trying to do it and I'm going, there's like about 6 men in this thing and I'm having to do the voice for all of them. I'm like, idiot, pass Bill, you are an idiot. And so yeah, that was like bad move on my part. But it's like, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was challenging. Sherry was much better than me. But she made me realize something about the character I didn't, because the main character is half Chinese, half British. And she's kind of rejected her Chinese heritage. And so I really wanted to see if I could find someone who could do a legitimate Chinese accent for the voice. And Sherry, when I was talking about Sherry, she was like, why would she have a Chinese accent? And she went, this is a girl who's rejected her homeland in favor of her father's. She would probably do everything in her power to get rid of the accent.
Yeah.
And I was like, very true. It's like, holy crap.
That's when those good actor thoughts come in.
Yeah, it was like, it was just kind of mind-blowing. It was weird to discover something about my own story that I had not realized when I wrote it. And in fact, that was one of the coolest things about working with y'all on it, because I remember some of the feedback y'all gave really stepped up the story in a lot of ways. I always remember T talking about, this is the place where we need to see that gun on the mantle to kind of tip off the readers as to what's coming.
Oh, I said that. Okay.
You did.
I'm pretty
Good,
smart then.
good job, Pastor.
Smart guy, T. I just remember reading this going, no, I really enjoyed that. And now I'm like, okay, I gotta get notes.
You gave good stuff.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'm brilliant. I'm brilliant, chat. Don't anybody forget that.
Great.
I am so sorry, Pip. so sorry.
I will say this though. So Bill is one of those patron saints of the ministry, in that he gave us this, something you may or may not know about the trailer for the Diamond Conspiracy, which Pip put she put the link in the chat for that. We wound up filming it. No shit, chat. We wound up filming it on the coldest day in Richmond's history.
Oh, it was so damn cold.
The coldest day in Richmond's history.
At night.
At night. We started filming at 8 p.m. and we didn't finish until 3. And the funny thing was, Bill basically, this is how forward-thinking Bill Bloom is, not just as a writer, but as a full-on individual. He had already come in some steampunk gear just in case we needed that. And when you watch the trailer, you'll see this shadowy figure hanging out in the background, appearing in different stuff. That was him, because I was like, well, I don't want this to go to waste, and yeah, that would be kind of cool. So I'm rewriting the trailer on the fly, trying to figure out where to fit Bill in. And
I didn't realize you did that.
Yeah, we'd go out, we'd film stuff, and Bill had access to I think it was the Richmond Episcopal headquarters or something along those lines.
Yeah, James River Writers has an office in there, so they were able to.
So we'd film for like 30 minutes, run inside of this office, warm up, go back out, run back in, warm up.
But on the plus side, when you look at it, you get that authentic mouth steam.
Yeah.
Oh God, yes, totally did.
There's this beautiful moment where you see Bill like in the background, and it looks like he's surrounded by mist or fog. That's his breath. That's his breath. Because it was that friggin' cold.
Oh, dude, that was the night I learned that lighters don't work when it gets too cold. I still remember us struggling to try and burn that stupid piece of paper. It's the last shot you needed. And it's like, no one could get that lighter to work.
And
no one.
So we wound up, for the close-up shots, we wound up having one of those, we had one of those notes, and I was going to burn it. and I was dousing it with lighter fluid, and it wouldn't catch. And then that was when Matt said, you know, this probably has some kind of finish on it, like a wax finish that makes it fireproof. And I'm like, damn it. I mean, I'm pouring lighter fluid on it.
Didn't we end up?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we shot it in our fire pit.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. But anyway, so Bill, where can people find you, and what's your next big project?
You can find me at billbloom.net. I've got all the links there. Oh yeah. Ding-a-ling. I was gonna say, if you check out my social media, you will see me most of the time with my dog, who has of course decided to be shy now. But he's the most adorable silky terrier you will ever see, and he's the bossiest little guy on the planet. He's like a cat in that respect, honestly. But in fact, just to at least show him off a little bit. That's the little guy.
Aww.
Oh my god, spoiled rotten.
Sweet.
But it's, as far as what I've got coming down the pipe, I'm currently shopping around with shopping around to some small presses right now. A book that was inspired by Stephen King's The Gunslinger.
Nice.
Yeah, the idea was it's the Western motif meets Stargate, and with swords and no guns. And so that was a lot of fun. It's the weirdest thing I've ever written, and that's saying a lot. Yeah. Oh my god.
I look forward to seeing it. I'm sure it's wonderfully weird.
Hopefully, if the name holds up, the current name for it is West of Apocalypse.
Ooh,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Keep us posted. And Bill, thanks again for joining us, and thanks for celebrating 10 years of the ministry with us. We appreciate it.
Woo! 10 years. Congratulations.
Fist bumps.
Yeah.
And fist bumps.
Goosebumps
Yep.
and fist bumps. All right, talk to you later.
Later, man. Bye.
Okay, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Remember, these guests are here not just for Pip and myself, but for you all as well. If you've got questions about their writing, if you've got questions about the stuff that we did, or how the three of us all work together,
or how difficult we are to collaborate with,
how incredibly diva-esque we are to work with, by all means, feel free to drop in something to us. We would appreciate any kind of that feedback. We are celebrating. Having issues might be a little far from the mic. This is as good as the audio gets, PC. This is as good as the audio gets. I don't know exactly what's going on audio-wise. We jumped in, and we go with what we got. We go with what we got. So, yeah, chances are this will not be put out the podcast because the audio's off. I've tried different solutions, and nothing's working, and I really don't want to. I don't want to start and stop again. So yeah. Question from Books' Bay from Christina. What was your favorite scene or scenes to write? Not gonna lie. One of my favorite scenes is the opera scene. I loved doing the opera scene. The opera scene was probably one of my favorites to do, and that was in the original book. Are
we sticking to just this?
I think we should stick with just in the ministry, because this is the first one. So we're celebrating 10 years.
You know, my favorite scene were the scene where Wellington and Eliza, where she's first down in the archives, and she's just pissy and angry. Yeah. Or as the kids would say now, angy. She's angy.
Right.
And she just butts up against Wellington, and it's fun. I like the banter scene.
Yeah.
The professional banter.
And I think the other one that I really enjoyed, it because I could literally see it play out in my head as a film. And it had almost a very did we write this before or after the first Sherlock Holmes came out with Robert?
I think we were in the middle of it when it came out.
Because
I'm just going to get my charger, because my computer's about to die.
Because I remember there was a thing that they did in the Robert Downey Jr. Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes, where he would describe the things that he was going to do, and they would do it all in slow motion. You'd hear his thoughts, and he'd basically say, throw the handkerchief in as a distraction, dislocate the jaw, yada yada yada. The entire process will take 10 seconds. And when the big climax happens, where Wellington plugs in, where he taps in, that's another favorite scene of mine, because I can hear like how I'd want to score it. I could see the scene playing out, and it was, I mean, it's kind of hard to pick your favorite scenes from books, because they're your darlings, right? They're your little darlings. They're every moment counts, every moment counts. At least when I try to get a book out, I want every moment to sing. And it can sometimes be a challenge. It can sometimes be a real challenge. But I would say if I had two standouts, those are my two.
Or the Antarctica scene.
Well, the funny thing was, though, I don't know how many in chat are watching the Nevers right now. There was and there is a World Bible. Yes, there is. Okay. So we got to bring in J.R. Murdoch. This is something we have not seen in a long time.
Yes, this is like a family reunion.
It is kind of a family reunion. Look at this. J.R. Murdoch. Look at that handsome face staring back at us.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. It's been a long time.
It has been an incredibly long time. I've been watching all morning. I'm so excited that you guys are doing this. As you know, I've been a fan for forever. Discovered you with Tales of Moravia back in the Dragon Page Winging It days.
In the Dark Ages.
Yep, and I remembered when you dropped the snippet for Brannon Books. It was like, oh my God, when is this going to become a full thing? And you're like, we're working on it, guys. We're working on it. And that was like at least a year before you wrote the book.
Yeah, I remember what it was. You remember what it was, Mike? We first premiered it. We did this little snippet chat. We did the snippet for World Fantasy, and we hadn't even signed the contract yet.
No, it was just it was barely a wee band.
Yeah, but we were promoting it. And then running with JR's story, we signed the contract, but we didn't tell anybody. And we were at Balticon this year, and at this particular year, and we read the scene where we actually got to test drive one of our favorite lines from the book. Pip and I were reading it back and forth as Dr. Sound and Eliza, and I said something along the lines of, the only way you solve problems in the field is with black powder and dynamite. And that's when Pip responded with, Pip,
but I love black powder and dynamite.
And we had to wait until everybody kind of chilled out, and then we finished it. Everybody was, we said, so did you like it? And it was like, yeah. And I was like, great. And I pulled out the champagne bottle, and as the champagne bottle was coming out, people start flipping out. And I went, yeah, we sold it. And so JR, tell us a little about the story you wrote for us and the challenges within it.
As far as challenges, there weren't many. It was one of those fully formed stories that just appeared in my head. The story I wrote was The Emperor's Fist. I wanted to set a steampunk in China. And it was like, well, wait, I've been studying, Ancient Aliens wasn't as whacked out as it was back in the day, but they were reviewing the pyramid in China where the emperor was allegedly buried and the seas of mercury that were underneath it. Mm-hmm. And I was having fun reading about that and about the terracotta statues that they were uncovering. And it was just fascinating to me. It was like, as soon as so many people were playing in your sandbox, I'm like, hey guys, can I jump in there? I got this really great idea for a story. And you responded back going, hit us up with it. And I had already written probably 3/4 of the story at that point. I'm like, okay. And I managed to finish it off. And I think I sent it to you within less than a week. And you're like, dude, I'm totally digging this. But here, let's fix this, let's fix that. And, we got to have a scene at the end with books in this. And this is going to be perfect. And we just ran with it. And we passed that back and forth maybe 3-4 times. And it was done.
I think that was the first story.
It's ironic, China. And that's the funny thing. It's ironic that we have you scheduled immediately after Bill Bloom, because Bill Bloom, I think it was like 2 or 3 seasons later, did his one in China as well. And that was the other thing I remember too about the books and about the Tales from the Archives, was we in the series we're limited to where we could go, And like, we just, this pretty much takes place in England. So, bog standard steampunk. But that first season, and I think JR, you were in that first season. But if I remember correctly, but like we had steampunk in China, we had steampunk in South Africa, we had steampunk all over the world. I'm like, oh my God, this is great.
Yeah. World hoppers, and the whole series kept doing that.
Yeah, and it was really fun to be able to have that luxury. So, so you wrote this out in China. Now, was this the first time you had ever written steampunk?
That was the first time that was the first time I ever even tried steampunk, and it was because of, I remember being at World Fantasy Con 2011, and this is where Twitter was famous back in the day. So when you guys did your reading of BaltCon, and we sold the story, that year I was at World Fantasy Con in 2011, and at the steampunk panel, KW Jeter's up on the stage, and he's like, guys, there's two authors you need to pay attention to, and that is T. Morris and Philippa Valentine. And I'm reading on Twitter. I'm on Twitter posting that going, oh, dude, KW Jeter just mentioned you guys. And you guys are like, oh my God, there's no way KW Jeter mentioned us at World Fantasy Con.
And then fast forward a few years, and we had lunch with the man.
We had lunch.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Such a lovely guy.
And his wife was still with us at that time, and she was delightful as well.
Yeah.
But talk about a soft-spoken dude. I mean, wow. It was unreal. It was unreal. And it was just. But I remember you sent us that clip, and I was like, okay, this is the weirdest moment of my life right now.
Inception. Before Inception.
The last time I remember anything feeling this weird, I was holding Sunny in my arms, and she was fresh out of the oven. So seriously. And,
yeah.
And it was just, it was a crazy time. But I know that I know you've written like space opera before, JR, and you've written that you've had that kind of approach to your writing. What is the difference? What are the challenges in writing with steampunk versus writing fresh out of the box science fiction?
When it comes to science fiction, you can make up things wholesale. You don't have to. You ground in science, but with fantasy, similar thing. You build the world. You're building everything around it. When it comes to steampunk, you have to make sure things work appropriately and fit appropriately into the world you're writing in. And this wasn't my universe. It's not a world I'm writing in, but with steampunk, I had to make sure that the gears fit and everything turned properly. So it was fun working in that and actually studying the background of what I was writing in. I had an absolute blast. That was the biggest challenge, was, as I said, making sure that every gear and every cog, fit together appropriately.
Right. Have you written steampunk since?
Absolutely. Mike Plested and I co-authored so far 2 Jack Kane books, Jack Kane and the Statue of Liberty and Jack Kane and the Kaiser, both steampunk set in New York. We have an absolute blast with that. We wanted to do something that was almost like a superhero type of thing. So Jack Kane thinks he's a superhero detective. He fumbles his way, much like Inspector Gadget, into solving crimes. A lot of fun writing those books. And I also wrote a steampunk Western series, trilogy. That one's been completed, the Golden West trilogy. Had a blast doing that.
Oh, so we helped you slide into the steampunk.
Absolutely. It was not too long after writing that story that I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to write a steampunk novel. And that's when I wrote
Yes!
That's when I did, because I'd already done one in New York with Mike Plested, and I'm like, okay, I need to start in New York and move out. So I wrote basically the first one, Westward Ho, is them traveling across the country in the mid-1800s before the Transcontinental Railroad. And then the second book is them in California mining for, they think, for gold, but it turns out that's not what they're mining for. And then the third book,
the bass guitars in the background. Are you also a bassist? Are you working in a band as well?
I am not working in a band. Back in the day when I was much younger, I played in a band, high school, the Navy. After the Navy, I was in a punk band, and I played for a long time. When my favorite daughter was born, all the gear was sold. I was done, moved on, and then my buddy turned 50. My buddy from high school, and he's like, "Dude, I'm getting the bands back together. You have to get a bass."
Getting the band back together, literally.
Well, he'd been in multiple bands throughout the years. And he's still in multiple cover bands in LA, And for his 50th birthday, he got us from high school. He got his band after high school, and a couple of bands after that. And he had a party at a bar. Invited all his friends. There were probably 700-800 people that showed up.
Oh my
and it was
God.
just so when I'm on stage, I mean, when I played in a band, I mean, we're talking like 30 people would show up, and that was the biggest gig we had.
Right.
So when I'm up on stage and they're like, we're the first ones up there, and there's probably already 400 people there, and I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? But every year he also does a charity event for autism, and every year I participate in that, and that's called Metal Jam up in LA. So every year I get up on stage. Last year, obviously, I couldn't. This year, might happen. We don't know yet, but probably not. So probably next year I'll get up on stage. But yep, every year I get up and learn one song and get up there and play a song, and it's nice to just fiddle around every once in a while.
But it sounds like you already had the punk part sorted out.
Yes, I already had the attitude. I already had the knee hole jeans, and
You just needed the steam.
yes.
Perfect. Okay, so JR, where can people find you online, and what are you working on next?
People can find me on jrmurdoch.com. That's just J, the letter J, the letter R, jrmurdoch.com. I am currently 130 episodes into 5 a Day with Jay. I got that idea from Christiana Ellis, who's doing 5 more minutes. So I'm up on YouTube. I do it 5 days a week, 5 a Day with Jay. I usually ramble for 15 minutes or longer, but when I started, it was 5 minutes. And I'm working starting May 5th. Awesome that you guys are doing this today. May 5th, I'm relaunching my writing career. I had a 3 to 4 year hiatus since I published anything, but I've been writing. So I have 5 completed books that I haven't published yet. So every other month, I'm going to be publishing ebook, print book, and start getting that work out there. I'm also working on writing again, much like Bill. I will be an empty nester. My favorite daughter and her boy are actually at their apartment right now cleaning it so they can get ready to move. So I'll be an empty nester very soon. The missus is in Florida, so I'm helping them get things situated and get moved. Having a great time doing that. When you guys said we will be an empty nester soon, I'm like, oh my God, have we known each other that long?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sonic Boom is moving out. Wow.
Sonic Boom is moving. She's not only moving out.
Not this year.
Not this year. Let's not rush it. But she's. I mean, I think I was more excited about her getting into the school for performing arts as a writer than she was. But I mean, she's looking at places now for writing and communications is what she wants to study.
Lord help us.
And
oh my!
I'll tell you where I'm. One of the places she's looking at is University of Washington, out in Seattle, which would be a big jump. That'd be a big jump.
Yes.
No kidding. But I think she would have friends out there. She would have family out there. It'd be all right. But yeah, that's how long we've known each other, JR. That's how long we've known each other.
My favorite daughter, her dream is to move to Hawaii. She finished graphic design school, and she got a job with a company here in San Diego that is actually based out of Hawaii. And I'm like, oh, she might be able to stay at the same company and still move to Hawaii. Yeah, same thing. It's, I wish her the best, but it's just my heart breaks thinking, oh, she might move that far away.
But hey, thanks for joining us today on this 10th anniversary.
It's good to catch up.
Great to catch up.
Oh, absolutely.
And once things get normal, we will definitely find a time where a time and a place for our paths to cross. Okay.
Absolutely. That's one of the things with podcasting is I know so many people across the country, and I've met so few, and I need to rectify that. And I would love to one day be able to give you guys a hug and say hi, because as I said, I've been a fan forever. I've known you guys for so long, and it's just I'm so happy with the success you guys have had. It's amazing.
Sounds good. Talk to you.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Wow. Okay. That was a heavy duty trip down memory lane. So for those of you new to chat, how you doing, everybody? You are catching a very special. This is as you know, the Shared Desk is it's a podcast about Pip and myself and our writer's journey. We were hoping to take these episodes, and I know. Nabilis, this is as good as it gets. This is as good as it gets. We can't seem to get the audio to work, and that's the joys of not having a tech rehearsal. So we learned our lesson. Anyway, we if there's any way we can salvage the audio from the actual recording, we will. But this has been our look back on 10 years of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. If Pip wants to take over the audio, since I know that her microphone is working well, it's more. I guess not.
I can't. I'm not sure how to do that. I'm not sure how to do that. But my mic is.
Your mic is
working fine.
It's working fine.
Yeah.
Because reasons.
I don't know why.
Because we didn't have a tech rehearsal. That's why. Anyway, we got PC Herring coming in, everybody. If you have questions for Paul Herring, if you got questions for us about the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences and its history, by all means, chime on in. We'd love to talk to you about that. Well, there you go. Exactly. I'm just going to do my best to project. Paul Herring.
All right. Paul.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Why, look
Doing
at that.
well. How are you guys?
Fresh out of the daddy box, really.
Yes.
Really minted daddy.
10 months and counting. 10 months
so,
and counting.
PC, before we get started into this, I've got to share with you. It was May 1st, 2014.
Oh my God.
We were all in Des Moines, Iowa together.
Oh my God. There's a story.
All in Des Moines, Iowa together for when Pip and I were the
Demicon, right?
Yeah.
Demicon, and we were guests of honor at Demicon.
So how many years? Is
And Pip, what was the #1 lesson we learned about Perkins?
What was that?
Perkins.
Yeah, what was the #1 lesson you learned about Perkins in Des Moines?
Oh, that.
Was
I
that
don't think it was me. I think it was you.
Oh, I said Pip. Yeah, it was Pip.
I think it was don't eat the shrimp.
It was don't eat the seafood.
That's right.
Don't eat the seafood. Don't eat the seafood at Perkins. I tried to warn her, chat. I tried to warn her.
Well.
But yeah.
Oh, that's right. It was fish and chips.
It was fish and chips. Yeah, and then you were sick for the whole rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
Yep. And also that
lesson learned.
But the other thing too, that year, the Ministry Protocol won Best Anthology for the Steampunk Chronicles 2014 Reader's Choice Award.
Oh, okay.
So that all happened 7 years ago today.
It was a pretty good year, pretty good day.
That was a pretty good day because that was also the weekend that we met for the first time Allie Grauer, and who wound up writing for us, I believe, 3 times. I think it was 3 times she wrote for us. I think
at least 2.
At least 2, definitely 2. But let's focus back to our gateway to Demicon.
God.
PC Herring. So tell us about your story and tell us about its influence and where it fits into the mission.
Well, I actually did 2 with you guys. I did one that I authored myself, and then I co-authored the second one with KT Brisky, who I believe you'll have on later. But the one that I think you really want to talk about appeared in the first season. It was called The 7. And that one, I remember listening, or I think I was reading, because I don't think it was an audio at the time. I was reading the first book in the series, Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences, and there's the scene where you guys were talking about it earlier, where Eliza's down in the archive. She's been demoted. She's not a happy camper. She likes her black powder and dynamite, and she's playing around with a knife, and she's flicking it, and she's flicking it, and she's picking it up, and she's flicking it. And it was this throwaway moment where she flicks it, and it thunks into the wood of the desk, and it kind of does this, at least in my visual, it kind of does this wobble thing, and it destroys one of 7 vases that, when put together, was supposed to be leading the way to the map of to the road to El Dorado. And Books was, of course, peeved, and I'm thinking to myself, this was before even Brandon Hill as a character was really well developed. I mean, it was the first book, so we didn't know how well you guys had developed him already. And I'm like, I hope I'm allowed to swear on this podcast, but I'm like, you bleep, Hill must have gone, Hill took time. Somebody on a mission took time to go and do this thing. And you and your sloppy, lazy
knife work.
What the? And
it didn't even cross our minds. It was a throwaway line.
It was a throwaway line, and I was pissed at Eliza. I was pissed at Eliza.
I would call it a throwaway moment because I wanted it to be. I wanted to be driving that wedge.
Okay, I'm gonna consult. You
And what it
continue.
was, I remember what it was when she was basically bitching it. She was like, and this was early on in Eliza's character arc, and she was like, oh, you see, if my skills weren't deteriorating, I would not have missed that. And then she went, that Boz wasn't important, isn't it? And books, of course, is just flatline, and he basically goes, oh, not too terribly important. It's just putting all 7 jars together. Offered you a map towards El Dorado, and she went, I'll sweep that up.
I'll glue that back together.
Yeah.
He got out the super glue.
So
Yeah.
when you guys approached me, I decided to tell the origin story about where those vases, jars came from. And so I commandeered Brandon Hill and I put him in Rio de Janeiro, and I put him up against the Illuminati, and we had some fun monkey knife fighting skills. And
That's right, the monkey knife fighting.
it was fun. I mean, and that was the story of him recovering those to bring back to the ministry. I left it kind of open and kind of upbeat that, hey, I did the thing. I've opened the door. We can go and do this now and secure Brazilian society or whatever. And then Braun just goes. Like, yeah.
It adds a nice level of wow. She really messed.
And that is exactly what I was going for. So the second project I did, Beneath Northumberland, was a little more tongue-in-cheek. I was, Katie and I were talking, and I kind of tagged on to the project she was working on, and we did it up as a sequel to her first story, which I think was Beneath Oak Island,
yes,
or Ghost Island, or something like that.
Under Oak Island.
Under Oak Island, thank you. And so we kind of took the same general theme of Brandon Hill and Anouk Tremblay, and put them in a more Pirates of the Caribbean look, and we had a lot of fun writing.
It got
that
nice
together.
and wacky.
It got very nice and wacky,
And there was
you
an
should.
actual moose, I think.
There was a moose, and you should have seen some of the writing sessions putting that together. There was one slap happy moment that was just silly and goofy, but no, those were the two I put together for you, and.
I remember the request from Katie was, we want the most Canadian steampunk story ever be coming.
The most
Canadian, yeah.
It had ice hockey in it.
Yeah, ice hockey was in there. I mean,
We served poutine. We did all the things.
I mean, if it had been written like a year or two later, I'm sure Letterkenny would have shown up. Better, let's get at her. I mean.
Oh my gosh! Michael's asking, where does monkey knife fight come from?
That was something that I think you guys had put together for Hill's character that I just co-opted.
Actually, it comes from the real brand.
Well, but
he had this weird thing with monkey knife.
He had this weird obsession of monkey knife fighting.
Yes.
But I always wanted to know. I always wanted to know, and you guys were never able to answer this question for me.
Mm-hmm.
Was this fighting monkeys with knives? Was this fighting with monkey knives? Or were these monkeys fighting with knives?
I think it was.
And nobody knew. No.
And nobody knew.
Brandon never even. Brandon, who was a real guy, by the way, everybody. Brandon Hill.
And who does like knives.
And he loves knives. But no.
Luckily, he does not have any monkeys.
What
in my head, it's monkeys with knives.
And then we got into narwhal fencing in Beneath.
We have a real tight envelope of time, so I wanted to go ahead and touch real quick on the other punk he wrote, Cyberpunk. You've written another Cyberpunk. You're going to be getting back into the world of Cybrosis very soon, I know. But my question is, Cyberpunk, Steampunk, which one do you think is easier for you to write in?
Cyberpunk for sure.
And why? And
well,
why?
you were talking with one of your previous guests, I think it was JR, and he kind of hit the nail on the head. When you're writing science fiction, you're kind of allowed to make some stuff up. When you're writing steampunk, and especially steampunk set in a historical era, you've got to make sure that you have your historical facts more or less in line. when I write my cyberpunk, I try to base it in existing scientific concept and existing scientific knowledge, and then say, okay, what is this technology? What does this theory look like in 50, 100, 150 years to kind of take it into that second level. So I get the opportunity to speculate a little bit, whereas I have to figure out how I'm going to create a pneumatic gauntlet with knives that are spring-loaded out there. Wonder if I've gone too far, and then reading a later book that you guys create a steampunk GPS and realize I didn't go far enough. So
God's honest truth there.
Yeah.
All right, so we got to wrap up. Mr. Herring, and for those of you, yes, this is the same PC Herring that you see often in stream and you heard in Outriders.
Yes.
So, where can people find you? And what are you working on?
People can find me at pcherring.net. The facelifted site just went live today. It's still a work in process, but the framework is there. I'm also available on Twitter and on Facebook as PC Herring. Those are my two primary social media spots. I'm also going to probably open up Instagram a little bit, and if anyone's interested in seeing some of my brainstorms and some of the things at work, I of course have a Patreon campaign as well. As far as what's coming up next, once I get where I want to go on some Patreon exclusive content, I will be working on the outlining of the second in the Codename Cyrus series.
Ooh, okay.
And with any luck, I was hoping to do it last year, but new parent and pandemic.
Yes.
With any luck, by the end of this year, there will be a novella released in the Codename Cyrus universe tying books 1 and 2 together.
Ooh, nice.
So, very excited.
PC, thanks for taking some time out of your busy day and your busy lifestyle as a new papa to come out and talk to us. And Jenny, good to see you in chat as always. We will talk to you later, okay, buddy?
Okay.
All right, looking forward to it.
We
Thank
will
you so
meet
much.
again.
And guys, congratulations on 10 years. Thank you so much for inviting me into this ministry family. It's been an absolute blast, and here's to another 10.
Oh, thank you. Give our love to the fam.
Will do.
Although the fam's in chat, so
fam's everywhere. Fam's in the books. Fam's in chat. Fam's everywhere. It has been hard to believe and hard to grasp. Wrap our brains around that it's been 10 years. It does not feel like it. It really doesn't. Like you were asking. I mean, when you really look at it, this book came out when Sunny was 6.
Yeah.
When Sunny was, and no, actually, she hadn't turned 6 yet. She was 5. She was 5.
And you know what she said? Remember what she said about the series? She said, "One day this will be mine. I'll write this." She said that once. She said she was going to take over. She said, "I'm going to write some ministry stories." And I said,
I vaguely remember.
I said, "You'll inherit it."
Yeah, we'll put it in the we'll put it in the chat. We'll definitely put it in the chat. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead. I got to take care of that, Nobilis. Yeah, I've got the ability to post links on lockdown just to make sure that no shenanigans happen. I've had a fair share of shenanigans happen on Twitter. I'm sorry, on Twitch, and it's been so yeah. It's really important that I try to keep a lid on that. But I caught it. You're out there. Thank you, Nobilis. Do appreciate that. Yes, Brandon Hill is an actual dude.
He lives in Oregon.
And he's a great guy too. He's a great guy. Yeah, exactly. Before he became a papa, man, the stuff that came out of that boy's mouth was absolutely wacky. And a couple of times, I remember he actually did a couple of little audio bites as Agent Brandon Hill.
Oh my gosh!
And man, some of them were just absolutely insane. And so we tried to make it where Brandon Hill, the agent in the book, we tried to make it where there were times where
he would just say things.
He would just say the weirdest things. And so yeah, it was always fun to play around.
He was fun to write, and he appeared in quite a few tale stories.
Yeah, he appeared in quite a few of the books. When you're talking about favorite scenes, earlier when the question was asked about my favorite scenes, I think one of my favorite moments in the entire 6 books with Books and Brawn had to be when everybody gathered together, when they sent out the call for we need to regroup. because I've been in that pub, and I just had this picture. Thank you, Mika. I had this picture in my head of that particular pub.
That was nice.
And it was, you know, like all these people, the blast, and for whatever reason, I flashed to the scene in Branagh's Henry V, but have it be a little more intimate.
You're in a pub.
Because you're in a pub.
With a pint.
And Dr. Sound, it was really funny. Well, we're not going to give it. We're not going to. I know it's been 10 years, but I'm not going to give any spoilers.
Just in case. Someone hasn't read the series.
But I do think the reaction of who Dr. Sound is, and no spoilers in chat either, but when people found that out, it was really interesting how we did get the pushback from some people. Most people, though, they went with it. They went with it.
Yeah.
All right. Now, here's another face.
Blast from the past.
It's so damn long. God, no, Okay. We talk about projects that inspire from complete fatigue and lack of sleep and others. Oh wait, we lost Val's video. So we'll wait for Val's. There we go. So it was somewhere between Vermont. I think it was Vermont, New Hampshire.
New York and New Hampshire.
New York and New Hampshire. We're in a car together, me and Val.
Mm-hmm.
The car's moving, so don't everybody get that thought out of your heads right now. And we're talking in the car about the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy, which was something that was how Val and I met. And that was how Val and I were on this current. It was 4 states in 3 days. We did signings at all these different. But we hung out with Wen Spencer. She was a blast. We're driving back from one of these events, and Val were saying, you know, we did a really good job putting this book together. You know, the two of us and these other authors from this group that we were all part of. He said, but you know, there's a lot of stuff we missed, and I'm going, this is a setup. I'm being set up, and I was just like, well, what happens? I respond with, yeah, and then it just steamrolled after that, and it became the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy Volume 2. But I'm trying to remember some of the other working titles we came up with. There was the More Than Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy.
It was the Complete Guide to Electric Boogaloo.
Oh God, yeah.
The almost complete.
Wait, you two talk. I think I can find a copy. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, yes. That's even taking us further back than the Ministry. This is probably what? 2000 and...
It had to be 2004 because 2005 is
4?
It's
Wow.
2004. Yeah, 2004.
Oh.
All right.
Wow, we really are reaching back into the decades here.
There you go. Take you back. I'll take you back even further. If you look at the stream, you'll see there's the original cover for for Volume 2, the Complete Guide. And if I remember correctly,
wow.
Let's see. The alternate titles we came up with. Oh my God, I wrote them all down. Here we go. Are you ready?
Go
More
for
Than
it.
Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy. No, really. This is the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy. Just buy the damn book, you pinhead. Personal favorite of mine. Son of the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy.
I like that one.
Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy. Revenge of the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy. The
That one was
incredibly
mine.
misnamed Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but you got back at me. You got back at me because that was the same trip that I started writing Horsemen, and you turned around and sold it on me without like it even being more than 2 chapters.
I remember that.
So basically, you're just enabling each other.
We enabled each other. We enabled the hell out of each other.
We totally did.
And another quick bit of trivia about this particular book. It was the first byline from Evo Terra, who went on to write Podcasting for Dummies with me. So, but we're here to talk about.
We're all interconnected.
But Val, so tell us about your story for the ministry and how it fit in the mythos.
So my story, first of all, thank you guys. That was the very first steampunk story I ever wrote. My story was based on the fact that Big Ben, the clock in the clock in London, was finished during Queen Victoria's reign. And the same day that I got invited to write a story for this, one of my other friends from Complete Guide 2 posted something about Victorian death clocks. And I believe I reached out to Pip and said, okay, so I have an idea, but how many kids can I kill in this?
The things writers ask for other writers.
I was like, there's only one on screen, though. Sort of. Kind of. So basically, it was, I turned Big Ben into Queen Victoria's death clock. And it needed blood sacrifices or the empire was going to fall.
Right.
And so, unfortunately, the
Sorry,
poor
kiddos.
The poor ministry agents I put into this basically had to come down to, are you going to protect the people or are you going to protect the queen? Which I thought was a very fitting kind of ministry dilemma because, well, you're supposed to do both, but how do you choose?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Right. What do you do?
Plus, it had Big Ben in it.
Yeah. Big plus.
So, funny story about that. Most of the stuff on Big Ben in there is actually real. Somebody did a walkthrough that I was able to see, but I hadn't been to England yet. And apparently it was, I did it well enough that one of my other friends refused to go in Big Ben because of my story when they were.
Weirdly, I just heard that they've finished the renovations and it's reopening. It's going to start ringing again.
Yep. So you can actually see a lot of the places that I describe in there are actually real, right down to the inscriptions on the wall.
That's the greatest bit to me, is messing around with the history.
Yeah, and it was really
so now the stuff that you've written. I mean, you've got this you've got this short story. I know you've done other short story collections based around the golden age of piracy. That's kind of where you and I both got our roots. But my question is, where as a writer have you felt the happiest? Have you felt the happiest in writing steampunk, writing the pirate swashbuckling fantasy? Where do you find yourself drawn as a writer?
I actually like the book I'm working on right now. This is one that I have been struggling with, but I'm sounded determined to write it correctly this time. Is Ghost Stories. I am writing paranormal fantasy about ghost hunters. It's kind of like Ghost Hunters meets Criminal Minds with a little bit of, and I think of what else is in there, but basically it's Ghost Hunters meets Criminal Minds with a little bit of practical magic.
Ooh,
okay,
nice.
Okay.
So the story I wrote for Tales of the Tesla Ranger is in that world. It's not canon, but it's in that world. So.
Oh, that's good. Oh, well, but did you write steampunk after?
I did. I wrote something for the Geist universe.
That's.
That was also
So
very
I guess that
fun.
would be a yes, honey, wouldn't it?
Yes.
That would be a yes.
The publishers decided that was actually steampunk-esque. They called it. Since it had airships.
They call it gaslight fantasy now. I'm sure they would.
They probably would. Yeah.
It was cool. That was a fun one to write too. But again, I'm living as queen of the body count. So.
So I hope you don't mind diverting just a little bit, talking about the steampunk and everything like that. I know that because you are writing, I should say, because you're getting into writing paranormal fantasy, and I know that you've dabbled or you still work with paranormal investigations. Have you had a chance to look at the video game Phasmophobia? And if yes, what do you think? How accurate is it? Apart from, of course, the ghosts attacking you, as they tend to do in the video game.
I have not tried the video game, but I will. This is the first I'm hearing of it. But dude, send me like.
Oh. She might have to join your team.
Well, I was going to say you're going to have to watch one night because it is kind of a comedy errors. Comedy of errors because it's the team that goes in is a guy named Nico, Phil Rossi, me, and a guy named Thermal Wolf, who is a regular on Happy Hour from the Tower. and we call ourselves Phil Rossi's Scream Team. Problem is, there's only one member of the team that screams, and it's me. And and well, let's just say there are clips on Twitch where yes, you can hear me completely just
losing it,
absolutely losing it. I'll have to send you the link of what was the first night that Phil and I went in there, and it was two knuckleheads going ghost hunting, and
so I'm gonna have to take you ghost hunting, is what you're telling me.
Oh,
Phil already wants to take me ghost hunting. But yeah, I think someone does need to take me ghost hunting, because I want to know if either A, I can keep my cool, or B, if I'm going to completely scream as I did the last time. So anyway,
long as Val's got earplugs.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I've dealt with this before.
Val, so when it comes to writing in the different styles that you find yourself writing in, I'm trying to think, what are the challenges of writing steampunk versus writing paranormal fantasy?
So steampunk, I find I have to do a lot more research. I'm not as up on that area of history. I'll be perfectly honest. My area of historical love is Middle Ages and late classical, early medieval. So I end up having to do a lot of research, and I find myself going down a lot of intriguing rabbit holes, because the Victorians are just amazing.
And bonkers.
And morbid,
yeah. Yeah, morbid. Hella.
Yeah, it's a lot more research for that.
So, in closing, what are you working on now, and where can people find you online?
I'm working on Belladonna Dreams right now. There may be another Carter's Post book coming out soon. I've got to get myself back into that. And you can find me on Facebook at VG or online at VG-Ford.com.
Gotta remember that hyphen.
Gotta remember that. Seriously, thank you again, Val, for joining us, for hanging out with us, and for celebrating 10 years, and let's be honest, and longer, in collaborating with us and working with us and writing with us in the universe that we are. It's been great having you.
Yeah, and we will meet again.
Yeah.
Face to face.
Yes, because I got my shot yesterday, my second shot.
Yay!
Oh, congratulations. So you're marinating now. Good. And like I said, if I'm able to travel a little more frequently, then yeah, I will take you up on that ghost hunt. I will take you up on that.
Absolutely. We got places to show you.
All right. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later, guys. Bye.
So we have next scheduled KT Brisky, but you had her scheduled at 2:30.
Yes, I know. Well, we can always.
Okay. Oh, you want to take a brief pause. Take a breath.
Take a breath. See if chat has any questions.
That's a good point. Yeah. So chat, for those of you who are just joining us or just hanging out with us, or popping in and going, hey, who are these guys and why are they so fly dressed? We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of this book right here.
Let's hold it up at the same time.
The Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. This is a steampunk novel set in near the end of the Victorian era, and we had a blast writing this 10 years ago. In fact, we had such a good blast writing this that we went on ahead and wrote 5 more books in this series, and now we're working on a spin-off in the series, and it has been an absolute joy and delight bringing this to you all. I'm T, and that's my wife Pip over there, and we have been entertaining all day different writers from the Tales from the Archives podcast, and the Tales from the Archives podcast is available on Spotify, and you can go ahead and listen to all of these people that you're meeting today. All of their stories are there. So yeah, the possibilities are endless. And of course, we're also entertaining your questions from chat. So Resonant Moon, regular in the stream, thank you so much. And talented podcaster in their own right, Spence asks, what is a region or lore that you've wanted to explore in the world that you haven't yet?
Well, I already went to Australia. That was the one that was missing in our lore. And we've done New Zealand a bit. You know,
Region or lore?
you know the
Well, actually, I'm
Pacific
exploring
Ocean.
one right now. I'm exploring one right now. But go ahead. What you were going to say?
Oh, are you talking about specifically for the ministry or just generally?
Yeah. What is a region or lore you want to explore in the world that you haven't yet?
I would love to do the story of Hawaii
Oh wow.
because that's some dark pineapple
That's some
stuff.
pineapple shit right there, yeah. So yeah, dark stuff in Hawaii. So it's interesting you bring that up because the game plan. We can talk about this now.
Yeah.
The game plan now is to put together a brand new collection of short stories called Machinations of Tin, and it is going to be a look at 10 years of the ministry, and we're planning to not only have some brand new stories in there, but also we're going to put into print and finally make it officially canon. The story that I wrote for Tales of a Tesla Ranger, it is going to finally be in a ministry collection.
Yeah.
That's going to be in there, and right now I'm working on the region that we haven't explored yet, Spence. It's called A Matter Between Gentlemen. It's a short story called A Matter Between Gentlemen, and what it is an explorer basically is searching. He's trying to find the Yeti, and he finds instead Frankenstein's creature, who goes by the name of John St. Clair. And if you're a fan of Penny Dreadful, you know you know exactly where I'm going with that. And
Yeah.
John St. Clair, turns out, is a contractor for the ministry, and his job is to also find the Yeti. But his job is to also find and take down the Yeti, because the Yeti, turns out, is an agent of the he's an agent of the House of Usher. He was apparently one of the experiments that Arthur Brooks tried to get off the ground, but before he brought his own son into it. But it was an experiment gone wrong.
Uh-huh.
And so I am currently writing that short story, and I am having utter blast writing.
So the Yeti, yes. So I'm writing a story set in America, set at the Winchester House. I don't know how we haven't written about the Winchester House, because it's redolent with ministry, ideas. And I'm actually bringing back.
Read the title. Read the show title, Marv. Read the show title, you troll. You'll see it.
Oh, Marv.
We need to write a steampunk.
Yeah, watch out, Marv. You'll be in a book.
Story. Yeah, we're gonna write you into a steampunk football story.
So we're writing about the Winchester House, and I'm bringing back a character from Dawn's Early Light. She was the an agent of Awesome, Martha, and so she's coming back, and I'm looking forward to writing that. Maybe I will write that dark pineapple story of. Are we putting our hats back on? We'll put our hats back on while we're not talking to anyone.
What are you talking about?
There you go.
I got this. In all fairness, Marv, I did have a steampunk arm. He says that's better. Love you, Marv. Love you, everybody. Hey, look.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, completely taking a moment. If you want to see the Big Marvinsky in his element, completes the look. It does, doesn't it? If you want to see him in his element, he has been streaming a football game of late, and it's great to watch him play that because
it's his thing. Like Steampunk is ours.
It's his jam.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to make that a command.
I don't think this book is any thicker than it was when it was published. Now you got me worried.
But he's also one of the patron saints of this channel. And thank you, Marv, for showing up. You're right; it does complete the look. And since I'm not wearing my headphones right now, that helps. The audio is off. Before anybody says anything, yes, I know the audio is off. What should have worked did not. So we're just kind of working through it. We did get some other questions though.
Is steampunk hard sci-fi or soft sci-fi?
That was Mika.
Yes, it's both.
It's a bit of both.
It can be either. The wonderful thing about steampunk is it is very agile and adaptable, and it can be anything. It can be a romance. It can be fantasy. It can be hard sci. There is the majority of steampunk probably is what you would call soft.
Yeah. All right. So if you've never heard the terms hard sci-fi versus soft sci-fi, hard sci-fi is 2001: Space Odyssey. hard sci-fi is where the science is just, it all plays in, and it all plays in pretty intensely. Examples of soft sci-fi though would be Pip.
The Expanse is hard
Yeah, that's
sci-fi.
hard sci-fi. That's definitely hard sci-fi.
Soft sci-fi. Oh yeah, Star Trek. Star Trek would be soft sci-fi because you don't really see it. Ow! I'm keeping that hat.
I was seeing Star Wars and goes, yeah, Star Trek.
Star Wars.
Star Trek.
Is Star Trek really? I think they're both, aren't they? Kind of soft because they don't really.
They're soft as well.
Depends.
They wanted to try to make Star Trek hard sci-fi with the very first Star Trek motion picture, but they're like,
it's soft is probably where they just wave their hands and they go, "Hey, it works."
Yeah.
Hard sci-fi is right. Let's look at the boilers.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me show you the pistons and the boilers and how everything works.
I do think that it all depends. It really all depends. Doctor Who definitely saw, well, anytime a Time Lord describes something as a timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly thing, that's when it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. But where steampunk, I think, gets hard or soft, I think it all depends on if you put any sort of science or any sort of engineering. And I'll give you a perfect example from the Ministry, and it was your dad. It was your dad that inspired it. There's a scene that involves giant mecha men, and I remember we were writing the scene, and I mentioned it to your dad, who is an engineer.
Yes.
Dad, and he said, "Well, the gyroscopes must be absolutely gigantic." And I'm like, "Why would you need a gyroscope?" Well, they always keep the balance. And I was like, "Oh."
And then he went on about the
scene where Wellington actually causes a reaction that makes one of the gyroscopes fail, which makes one of the mecha men fall into other mecha men.
Yes.
And I mean, that type of stuff would technically make it hard sci-fi, but or hard steampunk. I would say Gail Carriger is more soft steampunk.
Yeah. And I think generally speaking, steampunk is soft. Generally speaking, there are examples of but mostly.
And we saw I saw another one. It was actually a really good question from Nobilis Reed when he asked to give me
he was talking about setting between the Ministry between the world wars.
Like in the future. Okay.
We were talking about, we did vaguely have some vague conversations about before World War I, just leading up into the First World War.
So this would be a good time to talk about the actual origin of this book.
Oh.
Because if you remember...
That's right, it started off differently. Oh, my head's...
So, okay, look.
I was trying to show off the hat.
Yeah, well, that hat is pretty epic. It's as Pip says, it's her explosion hat.
It's Eliza's explosion hat.
So the original idea of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences was to take place in modern day. It was supposed to take place in modern day, or we start modern day.
Yes.
And I had written a chapter and a half of this book. And it was a female scientist, a female astrophysicist, who was basically trying to explain the potential ability of interdimensional travel. And she's trying to explain this, and and I patterned the scene. And I even made a mention of it in Stargate. From the opening of Stargate, where James Spader's character is talking about the Egyptian pyramids, and then everybody walks out on him because he's talking about how they could have been built by a more advanced species, and then he gets recruited into the Stargate program. Well, in this case, it was Dr. Santa. Keep in mind, I'd written a chapter and a half of this, so it was really in its rough stages. But the idea was that Dr. Santa was going to recruit this woman. And then what he was going to do was basically open a door and says, "Come with me." And they go through the door. And when they go through the door, she's been transported back to Victorian England. And what they would be doing is they would be traveling back and forth through time throughout the thing. And he would have said, "I'm working for a group called the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences." So I tell Pip about this, and this is where I'm going to let Pip tell the rest of the story.
Well, that's how the whole podcast for pay thing. I was like, well, if you're going to write this story, what we could do is we could write a podcast serial. We'd write an episode each, and it will be set in the Victorian time period, because we had sort of talked about steampunk and
because we both wanted to write.
We wanted to write steampunk, so we'll just like write this fun thing. It won't take too long. And why are you creeping up behind me?
I'm
creepy.
I'm creeping up behind you with creepy paper.
He's creepy. So yeah, I said, so we'll just write this, like, you'll write 3 stories, I'll write 3 stories. It'll be fairly uncomplicated and not very difficult, and we'll put it out there and see about whether we can get people to pay for it. And that's how it started. It was originally going to be an audio drama, and we had actually got, I don't know, 3 chapters in. 3 chapters in.
Maybe 15,000 words.
Yeah, and then my agent at the time was like, because we put it up on a blog, and they were like, somebody's interested in this. When can we have it? When's it ready? And we're like, it's almost ready.
Yeah, we said it's almost ready. It's almost ready, and we started.
Typing.
Okay, gotta say something real fast. Allie Grauer just pinged me on Instagram, and we nailed it. She said, "I'm working today."
She's the queen, man. She's the queen. So yeah, so that's how it started. It started as a let's just do something that will lead into T's original book, and then that original book has never been written.
Never seen
and now the ministry has become a 6-book series, a podcast series, an award-winning podcast series, a role-playing game, and a spin-off YA series.
And speaking of the role-playing game, let us bring in probably the one person other than Alex White, who has been the biggest. Probably the most majestical and the biggest contributor to this universe in so many ways. Ladies and gentlemen, KT Brisky.
Oh,
We miss your face. We miss your face.
Yes.
Your faces too.
But on the plus sign, you look dapper as anything.
Thank you.
As always.
I'm enjoying the giant whiteboard behind you.
Don't read it. It's all very secret.
Okay, so I guess the real question we would lead off with Katie is, how did your involvement with the ministry start?
Oh Lord. Back in the dim dark ages, right?
I stumped her.
Back in my misspent youth.
Which was last week.
No, as a reader, actually.
Oh my gosh. What about the time? Well, I thought it would start at Dragon Con.
Nope. If you're doing 10 years, it would have come out in 2011, and I didn't meet you guys till 2012.
Yeah.
Yep. So there was a whole year-ish in between where I had read Phoenix Rising, but I hadn't actually met you yet.
And then,
was there before times?
That just gives you an idea of. So when we met Katie, it was an introduction that was brought about by our original publisher, Dragonman Press, and Gwen Gades basically asked us to look out for Katie, and we all hit it off really well.
That's right. Yes.
I was very wee.
She was like a little wee sprout, sprouting into an author.
And Katie, we actually we offered we said we'd love to have you write for us in the ministry universe, and then there was the internship which
Michael Spence brought up.
Yeah, which Michael Spence and Spence brought up as well. So go ahead. What's it like being an intern for the two of us?
We're watching you. Great, right?
I mean, there's that. It's definitely a ride. I learned a lot. And I think one of the great things was I did so many different things. between the writing and the editing and video editing and audio editing and social media. Like, it was kind of the Swiss Army knife of authoring.
What year was that?
2014, I think.
Yeah.
Because I just started at Stone Coast, and Pip, you asked if I had to live in the States, and I said no, it's low residency. I just go down for like 2 weeks every 6 months.
And I was like, damn.
And I said, well, why? Why is that oh, well, never mind.
So I want to say you've written what, 2 stories for us? Or 3?
Three?
I think it's 3.
Oh, wait. 2 for the Ministry, but then you won't run for the Tales of a Tesla Ranger, which was one of the other projects that we collaborated on.
I wrote 3 for the Ministry.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, there was
On Thin Ice.
4 in total. On Thin Ice, the first one was Under Oak Island.
Yes.
Right.
And then the Beneath Northumberland. I was like, the ocean one, which is descriptive. And then On Thin Ice.
And then you served as our Canadian consultant for this title right here, the Ministry Initiative, which is our role-playing game with Galileo Games. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff that Katie has.
She created Moose.
She created the organization known as Moose.
I edited also the 2 last books.
That's true.
Right. And you, yeah.
The only thing you haven't done is shot a book cover for us. So when are you going to do that?
I don't know. When are you going to write another Ministry book?
Sick burn there.
I mean, that would be super cool. I'd be down. Wouldn't be as good as Alex's, but.
But that's the honest truth. That's how much that Katie has had an influence. She's edited the last 2 books. I have a very vivid memory of Katie being one of the first people to read Dawn's Early Light, because she came down for a visit.
I haven't.
I'm sorry.
I'm
She
gonna go get it. You talk.
She came doon for a visit. She picked up the arc and went, "What is all this about?" And next thing I know, that's it. We have a picture.
Oh.
And yeah, exactly.
First time in print.
So Katie, tell us a little bit about
I'm getting verklempt now.
The 3 stories that you've written for us in the Ministry universe and how they fit.
The challenges.
How they fit into the great grand arc of storytelling in the Ministry universe.
I see them as a slightly out of order trilogy. In my own head, the chronology is Under Oak Island, On Thin Ice, and then the ocean one, Beneath Northumberland. So they detail the adventures of Moose, which is, oh god, I'm gonna screw up the French. I'm not gonna remember the French acronym now, but it's the Quebec branch of the Ministry, because they have their own separate but related branch, as they entirely would. So Under Oak Island is Anouk Tremblay, our Moose agent. It's her first meeting with Brandon, a Canadian agent. And yeah, they check out something super creepy under Oak Island, which is a real place, which is reputed to have a money pit that no one has been able to get to the
I
bottom
remember
of.
you watching that TV series.
And
It's
that
called.
TV series is still going on.
They're still looking for that damn money pit.
It's called The Curse of Oak Island. It's on the Discovery Channel.
Yep. That's
Still
the whole
looking.
thing. And then in my head, after she deals with Oak Island, Anouk goes to Montreal, where it's the Stanley Cup. And it's based on, I was actually quite careful with timing and actual history of when this particular match took place. But yeah, a real match between Montreal and Winnipeg. It's the Stanley Cup, and of course the Stanley Cup is actually the Holy Grail.
That's not the cup of the carpenter, but it is the cup of a goalie. So there you go.
Which I love. And then yeah, after that, she heads east, back out to the coast where she meets up with Brandon one final time, for Beneath Northumberland.
Pitter patter. I just
Yeah, and they do end that story with, you know,
something.
an implication.
An implication. But I just love how delightfully Canadian everything is. As someone who's tried to bring New Zealand stuff to the ministry, finding you bringing so much Canadian stuff, right? I don't know a Canadian. I'm not going to do a Canadian accent. I want to see you again and not have you murder me. So
I remembered the French acronym.
Oh, you did? It's MIS.
Yeah. Le Ministère Officiel d'Occurrences sans Explication. Which is funny because in French it's not like an acronym that means anything particularly.
No, the French would be like, well, why are you laughing?
Yeah, and then that's kind of the running joke in the stories. But yeah, I think on Thin Ice, which is the last one I wrote, even if I see it in the middle chronologically, I think there's like a steam-powered beaver
If I remember correctly, yes, there is.
on the ice rink during the Stanley Cup match. So yeah, it was fun.
We wanted. I still remember the writing note before she even started. Yes. You know
what now?
In the big mark. Oh, what now? Yes, a steam-powered beaver on the ice. I said, I want this to be the most Canadian steampunk ever created. If it had come out, like I said, if it had come out like maybe 4 or 5 years later,
Letterkenny.
There would have been a Letterkenny reference. I know there would have been a Letterkenny. Come on, Peter Patter, let's get at her. I know it would have happened. I know it would have happened because that's how good.
I'm trying to remember. Was the phrase "take off a" in there?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like it was.
I mean, I would have put it in. And then there's Josette. There's Josette riding a moose while the steam-powered beaver is going.
She's riding a moose. I mean,
there was some.
while eating poutine, that would have been the only.
Maple syrup in there somewhere. I know there was.
There was maple syrup.
Oh yeah.
When I'm given a task, I do my best to fulfill it.
So let's talk about that. I want to talk about that.
Yeah.
So the stuff that you wrote for us, and then the stuff you edited for us. I mean, it was all pretty early in your career, and things have been really taking off for you. Could you talk a little bit about your most recent project and what you're working on?
Yeah, there's cats. That's very exciting. Yeah, so I was actually quite productive during the pandemic so far. I was fueled by spite and rage.
Yay!
For most of 2020. So that was good for me. But yeah, so I wrote a novella. I actually started it at Smoky just before the pandemic really kicked off.
Yes.
It was
So
at the
lucky to get
stage
that
of, we'll just wash our hands and not touch our faces and that
And
will
we'll be fine.
Yeah, but I did finish it and it's out on submission now. So my agent and I are keen to see what happens. I'm editing a novel that's it's about Victorian corpse snatching.
Yes. Yes.
And if I can get it right, it's just going to be this opulent, like, Victorian death fest. Yeah, and a few short stories out last year. I seem to have a thing for deer and moose.
Yeah. Anything with horns on it. You also, let's face it, you have a shared enjoyment with me of creepy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I like my horrifying deer facts.
If you're gonna, I look forward to finding those out. Somebody eating. Eating something.
Did you know that some deer have an extra antler that grows out of their eye socket?
Here we go. Here we go.
Why would nature do that?
But yeah, so it's. I think since working with the ministry, it's I've continued to do short fiction.
Yeah.
And continued to do. I think I've always kind of alternated between the short stories and the long form.
True. And also you've like won awards and stuff, right?
Some.
Some. Like that important Canadian one that you won a few years back.
I haven't won any Canadian ones yet. I've been up.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
she got the crowns.
Okay, we can count that. Okay, yeah. So in that case, yeah. So in that case, I mean, there's been like the Toronto Star short story contest that happens
the one
every
I'm
year.
talking
Yeah, but in 2016, that was when I won. There's been grants for 6 Stories Told at Night, which was my audio drama, but also Ephemera, which is the reading series that I co-chair.
And you got something in the Toronto festival, right? The
Fringe, yeah.
Over 6 Stories,
Yeah.
The Fringe stories. I mean,
6 Stories live on stage.
That's something the Ministry has never had. As far as
You
I
guys
know.
should have like an ice capade show. The Ministry live on ice.
You just want to see a moose come out.
You want to see that Steam Power Beaver come out on.
But like, what if you did something like on thin ice, but it was
on ice?
On ice. God, we're done.
This
I mean,
is
we can make that happen.
Chat. You are seeing how things go with us at Katie.
Yeah, this is how.
But it would be so good because you could actually have the hockey game, and like Anouk and Josette and the moose and the beaver. It would,
and then the Stanley Cup could come out
with lots of dry ice and smoke
Dry
and it would,
ice and
and pyrotechnics.
Oh, absolutely pyrotechnics. And then
A
we'll have
laser
Ellen
show.
as the Queen of Spain, and she'll just be like, you'll be like, yes, joust.
You know, after the pandemic, people will be ready for a show, right?
Yeah.
Like a true spectacular.
Okay, so I think we should apply for a grant for this. I think it's really important because it shows like international collaboration.
Oh no, Steampunk Rick just put out there. Could we have could we get a Ministry Fireside lore?
We could
And I tell you
definitely
what,
do a fireside lore.
When the after times happen, when Katie Brisky is all inoculated and comes down to visit again as
And we
they
feed her
always do.
vast amounts of pork.
Yeah,
because she loves.
She loves the brisket. everybody. She loves the brisket. We will do a Ministry Fireside lore, and we'll read some short stories.
Yes. Oh,
Be
I
cool.
want that so much.
I think that person would be hella fun.
I mean, hopefully soon I'll be eligible for a shot in a couple of weeks.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Don't waste that shot.
We've heard the ups and downs. We've heard the ups and downs. It's
Yeah.
But Katie, I wanted to ask about writing versus editing steampunk. Which one do you find more of a challenge?
That's a very good question.
I do that sometimes.
I know. I mean, I think I'm gonna be this person. I think they both have different sets of challenges, right? I'm very much a writer first and an editor second. Like I think, I have an eye and a pretty good sense of if a story is not working and if not, how. But yeah, I think I'm definitely a writer first. But what I enjoy about the editing with Steampunk is, I don't know, I like bringing my historical background to it.
So let's talk about that. Let's lean into that a bit. So what you may or may not know about the multi-talented Brisky is they used to work at a living history museum, and this living history museum happened to also be a working brewery. And KT was the go-to person to talk about the history of beer.
The history of beer.
So my question.
Beer.
So my question is this, Katie: where have you tapped into that endless knowledge about beer into your writing as a fantasy author?
Tapped.
Yes. Where have you? Sorry.
It's tapped.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
thought clever.
Bad joke. So, where have you leaned into that?
All over. Yeah, I have at least one short story that's partly set in a brewery, like a proper 19th century brewery. I wrote a whole novel about queer women who make magic beer. Being
The beer
a queer
magic.
woman who, yeah, beer magic, and yeah, it never sold, but it got me my agent, so that was cool. Yeah. And then, I don't know, because I tend to write in a lot of 19th century or 19th century looking worlds, I find it helpful just to have it close at hand. Like both what a tavern would look like and what kind of social interactions would happen there, as well as the more tactile sensory details of what would that kind of beer taste like. What are some things to keep in mind? Yeah. So it's kind of, just having a toolkit always at the ready.
Oh, we miss you and your toolkit.
Miss you too. And I will say, like, I think that extends to other aspects of 19th century social history too, like clothing. And oh my god, the roads are super gross because they're mostly mud and horse leavings. Yeah.
Again, living history, everybody. Living history. Living history, including the horses. No moose or steam-powered beavers there. No.
Yet.
But, yet.
But the ministry has them.
Well, that's all that matters, isn't it?
That's all that matters. So Katie, what are you currently working on now, and where can people find you and your work online?
I'm currently editing said Victorian Death Fest, which will be great.
I'm just imagining like a metal band, Victorian Death Fest.
I mean, that's not far off the mark. It's gonna be a time. Primarily working on that. You can find me on Twitter at KTBrisky. Thank you. I'll also plug Ephemera. We're on YouTube. Yeah, so that's a monthly reading series of speculative fiction. Our mandate is to primarily showcase and champion diverse speculative fiction as well. So we were originally in the Glad Day Bookshop here in Toronto. But with COVID, obviously we've moved online and we have live readings on YouTube the third Wednesday of every month at 7 p.m. Eastern.
And what is what is the spelling of that, and where do they find it on YouTube?
Ephemera is EPHEMERA. Ephemera. I'm going to spelling bee.
So you find that on YouTube. We'll throw a link in there.
Yeah, just Ephemera reading series, and I think if it's youtube.com/Ephemera series, you'll find us.
Perfect. And
cool.
And you do that every Friday?
Third Wednesday of every month.
Oh, third Wednesday of every month. Perfect. Okay. It's so good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
It's good. We will call again. Just to do a proper catch up. We were celebrating 10 years of the Steampunk series,
and we couldn't do it without you.
Well, usually we couldn't do it without you because you edited the last few books. So yeah, we really can't do this without you.
No. Well, thanks for making an amazing series, guys. I miss you both.
Yeah, miss you too.
And congratulations. Like really, it's quite a monumental achievement. Bye.
All right. Bye. Oh, getting a little verklempt with everybody now.
We do go back a ways. Katie Brisky goes back a ways with us, and there have been a lot of times where Katie has had to, as editors should do, she has called us out on our shenanigans. She's like, no, you're not going to do that.
Shouldn't she have like a no?
She had a grumpy cat no that she used once with us. Once. And we had to take her aside and go, okay, look, we love you, Katie, but that's got to stop. You got to treat this.
Does that work? That might work. I think that's the Ephemera series.
I will tell you in a moment. I'll go check it out.
But she's our Canadian daughter.
Yeah, we call her our
so we're very, very proud of her. And all the amazing things she's done and will continue to do, I'm sure.
She apparently, yep, that is the right link. Well done, honey. Yeah, if I remember correctly, she said something about how at the last actual physical Hugo Awards, she nearly knocked a hot dog out of George R. Martin's hand.
And we were like, "That's our girl."
That's our girl. We were like, "You've done us proud. You've done us proud." And speaking of done us proud, the next person that we're going to be bringing on here is going to be actually reaching out to us from
Yay!
Got it in Grant Stone. He's our next guest, and he will be here very, very soon. Pip wanted to tell them a little bit about Grant Stone and his contribution to the ministry.
I can't even remember when I met Grant. It's so long ago now. I think we met through New Zealand Convention. Grant will have to correct me on that one. But his I'm going to take my headphones off here. His contribution was called A Ruby in the Rain, and it was one of the very first stories that the tales that we did. And it was important to me, of course, being from New Zealand, to have New Zealand stories, but I didn't want to be just me telling all the New Zealand stories all the time. And Grant introduced a couple of characters that ended up, oh, there you go, ended up in the Ministry series, in the Ministry, like, books. One of them was sort of like a twitchy, how do we say, Matt Smith sort of type character, and he ended up with a tract.
Yes, we took two characters. We took the two characters that Grant Stone created, and if I remember correctly, another New Zealand writer, Dan Rabbits, did a short story for us and used Grant Stone's characters.
Yes, they did.
Grant got a twofer, with that twofer being a quick drive-by, because basically Dan was so taken with these characters that he just said, "Oh, I want to write something with them too."
So he actually had two New Zealanders writing. Yeah. Lachlan King and Barry Ferguson. Barry was the sort of the twitchy.
And when I was writing for both of these characters, I'm like, okay, I see Matt Smith as Barry, and as Lachlan, I see John Pertwee.
Yeah.
And no, it's John Pertwee. Yeah, it was Pertwee.
Pertwee and Smith. That was the kind of the visual.
And it was funny because I was writing their scenes at the time when we were when they were celebrating the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, and I just finally seen some Pertwee episodes. And I'm like, oh my god, that's the character I want. So then I started writing, and I was writing with Matt Smith in mind, but then I had the Pertwee gravitas with Lachlan, and that was fun. That was fun. Let me just pick. This is where you gotta take.
Yeah, this is so. So we have three more interviews to go. Then we're going to be inviting our cosplay guests to join us. We're also, I think, between Grant and Katarina Baudet.
This is when we start to leave. We start to leave our shores.
Yes, we're actually heading to New Zealand and Austria. But we also have a German reading of Books and Braun. I hope I'm saying that right.
So talk a little bit about the whole.
So our delightful cover model for the Ghost Rebellion and Operation Ingame Verena Vossarts is from Germany, and in fact, for T's 50th, I nearly said wedding anniversary, birthday. We went over, and she is in just in the Bavarian area, Munich, into the countryside there, and we just loved it. We had such a wonderful time. I don't know what I expected from Germany, but we got wonderful hospitality. We got to see some amazing places. We went to Nuremberg, which was completely flattened during World War II, and as you wouldn't know it, it's all. Man, Germans are industrious folks. Newsflash. Verena was. I don't know. Maybe she's an incredible judge of character, but after the Kickstarter that we had enough funds to get a photo shoot done with Michael Ward, who actually shot the pictures. And we had seen Verena's cosplay, and so T, I think, was the one that came up with the crazy idea that said, hey, let's ask this Verena, who seems like a nice person, to come over. We'll fly her over, and then we'll put her up for 2 weeks, and then we'll show her around Virginia, and we'll get her to be our cover model. And I was like, yeah, sure. Like a German person who's never met us is just going to fly over and put herself in our hands. We could be serial killers and she wouldn't know. But needless to say, she came over. We had a blast. Christina, our very first cosplayer, joined us. So it was like the four of us, and we had a wonderful photo shoot with Michael Ward. We got some wonderful shots, both for... It was originally just going to be the Ghost Rebellion But then sometimes I get it right.
Yeah, we do. Sometimes we do get it right.
No, it was me this time because I said, you know what? I think maybe we should just get some
Okay, let me
safety
rephrase
shots.
that. Sometimes we get it right, but Pip gets it more right than me.
Okay, you heard it here first. And so we ended up with some safety shots for Operation Endgame, which ended up being what we used.
A smart move because we had some issues. We had some issues with the original plan of that Kickstarter was original plan was we were going to make the original cover artists and cover models to come in and at least do book 5. And there were some shenanigans with the with some of the apparently this photographer thought we had, as Pip would say, came down on the first rain shower.
Yes. So you were going to charge us how much, and then we have to also supply the outfits.
Oh, no, and then it was and then you're gonna have to also pay the
model. Yeah. So I was like, okay, hold on, we've got this wonderful German lady here. Why don't we just
And this was after the Kickstarter.
So we were like,
But when we were planning this whole thing, we just reached out to Verena and we said, "Would you mind being a stretch goal?"
It sounds terrible. I hope we didn't put it like that.
Words left my mouth. I said, "Oh, I could have phrased that a lot better." But Verena was so chill about it. She's like, "Yeah, sure, that sounds fun."
Maybe she's actually a deadly assassin and she knew she could handle herself.
No, because she did tell me. I do remember Verena telling me that her biggest fear was that the trip was going to be the last time she came.
Oh yeah, she didn't have a good trip. That was down to Florida though. Florida. So we introduced her to Hot Topic.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Right.
If you go back in our archives for
the share desk. Yeah.
I think we're getting a little tired. But if you go back in the archives for the shared desk, you'll find the one where it was the 3 of us, rather than 4
of us. Yeah.
And it was me, Christina, Verena, and Pip. And it was funny because we introduced Verena to Hot Topic, and she was just really.
I think Verena is Booker's Bay. Books is Bay.
No, Books Bay is Christina. Eliza D. Braun is Hot
Topic. Okay, but they both like Hot Topic now.
I think Christina was doing an impersonation of Verena because I'm about to get to that. So we take Christina and Verena to Dogfish Head Brewery to try to impress her.
Oh, that went badly.
The tour was cool, but she was not impressed with
you put chocolate in beer?
Well, yeah, that was old Busted.
Yes.
The other stuff, no, she was not pleased with the stuff that they were doing with beer at Dogfish.
No. German beer and American beer are different. Quite different.
About that area of Delaware is that there are a lot of outlet malls. And Verena got a little excited, and she said, "Oh, did they have Hot Topic here?" And
I looked online, and I was like, I don't see one.
So we're driving out. We are driving out of
we're leaving.
And this arm comes across my face, and I hear this
scream
in my ear.
She had spotted it in the distance
like an eagle eye. It was in the back of this one outlet mall, and I was like, "Okay, I'm going to turn the car around. I'm going to turn the car." I got a mad German in my car now.
And it was near closing time, and we just bum rushed into this.
She was about to lock up, and she sees these 4 people, and Verena is like in the lead, and
she's like sprinting in there.
Dropped like $400 in that store, and the storekeeper was like, "You guys are like the coolest." We got like a bunch of Funko Pops. Oh, we got our pajamas. I got my Marvel pajamas.
That's right, which turned out to be useful.
Very useful. But then to add to the insanity of that trip, we start driving back. And as we're driving back, it started to flurry a little bit. Then the flurries got a little heavier.
It was ice driving.
And then it became an ice storm, because this was the time where apparently there was an ice storm coming, but everybody missed.
You
it.
might have to save this story for when we get Verena and Christina on, because we need to see if we can get Grant on.
Yep.
But we will continue that story. Oh my gosh.
That was
so many strange, epic, weird things have happened with the Ministry. You know what they say when you name something like a cat, a particular thing, it becomes that thing? I think that's what happened with the Ministry. We named it Peculiar, and it became very peculiar, but wonderfully so.
It's been a ride. It's been a real ride. Oh wait, so we got Verena about to join us. I don't know, Verena. I don't think it's quite time for you to come in because we're waiting on Grant to join us.
Let's see if we get Grant. We have a break between Grant and Katharina.
Yes, we do have a break.
And we can get Verena in,
Yeah.
and Christina, and they could tell us the rest of that story
Well, yes.
from their perspective.
Yes, we could. We could do that. So Verena, if you can hold tight, because we want to wait for Grant to come in. So if you wouldn't mind canceling the call, because I don't want to say deny entry, because I have no idea if that's a permanent thing or not. I don't want to perma-block Verena.
Randy says, shouldn't have named my papa Loki.
Well, there's that, yes.
Yeah, that's a rod for your own back right there.
Yep.
Hot topic, land of emo, more goth, and pop culture cool. Yeah. It is.
All right, I'm gonna riskily say deny entry, but hopefully that won't perma-ban you. Was not allowed to join this meeting. Okay, well, Verena, if for some reason you can't join us in between the break between Grant Stone and Katharina Bordet, we will let you know. Okay, we'll find another room to get you. All right, so just sit tight, Verena, sit tight.
See if you can find Grant.
Yeah, well, I sent Grant the invite, so we'll just have to see. And Chad, thank you again so much for joining us. There he is.
Woo-hoo!
I know it's getting crowded, isn't it?
It's.
So, oops, I can't put this on.
No, you can't have the hat at the same
Can't have
time.
the hat and the headphones. So here we go. Getting crowded. I know. I love it. Here we go.
I feel like we should be having a party at this point. Like
We are having a party.
No, like raise the roof, Gunther.
Great way to segue into our next one. Grant Stone, everybody.
All the way from New Zealand.
What time
Hey
is it
there.
on the other side of the world?
Oh, it's 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
Yep, I remember having to do that.
You really do like us, Grant. You really do like us.
How's it in New Zealand today? Or tomorrow?
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's a lovely day.
We are having a blast here in Virginia, but mostly because we're getting to see people we haven't seen for years.
I know, right?
And we're a little, I don't know, cabin feverish.
But it's still
Yeah.
It's been nice. So Grant, please tell everyone who is in chat, tell everyone who is listening, what is your contribution to the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences, and where does it fit in the Ministry mythos?
So I worked on Arubian Rain, which was the first of a pair of stories set in New Zealand.
Yeah, and introduced two very memorable characters.
Yeah. And of course Dan came along and picked them up and did story number 2.
Yeah, another Kiwi picked up where he left it off.
It's like a game of rugby. Pick the ball up and you ran it forward.
Yeah, which is kind of a thing that Dan and I have done in the past. We are 2/3 of the Cerberus writing band, which is kind of like the Beatles, only stories.
So who's the third?
The third is Matthew Sanborn Smith from Florida.
Oh wow, you let an American in. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Of you.
So basically, we every now and then, if one of us gets stuck on a story, we just throw it to Cerberus, and someone else attacks it in a different way. We all write in totally different ways, and then the third person comes along, and then something really weird comes out the end that none of us would have done by ourselves.
That does sound like Gus.
That's the way you and I wrote the first Ministry book, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So Grant, tell us a bit about the characters Lachlan King and
Where did they come from?
Tell us about Lachlan and Barry. I mean, what were their inspirations? And I know how I would cast them, but if you were to take any of your favorite actors, who would you put them in as Lachlan and Barry?
Oh, that's a good question. So Lachlan's a fairly straight kind of guy, fairly normal, fairly competent. I reckon, you know what? almost like a James Bondy type character, but with less action. Lots of sitting around. Maybe someone like Daniel Craig if he's sitting in a chair. Not if he's running around.
Daniel Craig from Knives Out.
Yeah, I was just thinking Knives Out.
Yeah, sort of that sort of thing. Barry, on the other hand. Well, okay, Rhys Darby, but young.
Oh.
Okay. I don't know
Or possibly.
I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but I was actually when I was writing scenes where Barry and Lachlan were showing up in the fourth book, I was also getting caught up on 50 years of Doctor Who, or the celebration of it, and I finally saw my first Pertwee episodes.
Oh yeah.
And I said, I got it. Lachlan is Pertwee, and Barry, well, that's Matt Smith, and man, I had a blast writing for those two. So I wanted to ask you, what was it? I mean, do you want to return to these characters, because they were hella fun for me to write on?
Yeah, I probably would. Because there was a couple of things. One is they're interesting characters, and I guess the other thing is I write a lot of stories that are set in New Zealand, but I haven't written a lot of stuff that's set in the past in New Zealand. Anything that's older, and so yeah, that was a lot of fun. Learning about where the opium dens were in Auckland was a fun little research rabbit hole.
Yeah. I had the same thing in Wellington. I'd be like, oh, this little street that has a few factories on it. Yeah, that's where all the opium dens are.
Was this the only steampunk you've written, or have you written other steampunk, or what do you feel like? I mean, you're setting a lot of stories in New Zealand, but where do you feel your heart resides as a writer? Where do you feel most comfortable?
That's a good question. It probably is the only steampunk. Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. You were saying?
Yeah, so it's probably the only actual steampunk. I guess I sort of sit. If there's a triangle where there's horror on one side, and quiet horror, so like your Dennis Etchison kind of stuff, and then your mainstream literature on the other side, and then on the third side of that triangle is like some weird multiverse. I'm like somewhere in the middle of that.
That's a good, interesting triangle to be in.
Yeah, it's a completely unsellable triangle. Nobody wants what I'm writing, but it's a lot of fun.
Hey, well, at least people know where New Zealand is now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, I know that for my own attempts in writing horror, it's hard to do. I know that when I write dark, and I know when I get it right, because Pip will give me a funny look and go, "Where the hell that come from, T?" And in particular, chat, I remember Pip's reaction to Sins of the Father when I first wrote it, and she came at and she was like, "The hell was that, T?" And I'm like, it just happened. So my question to you is, but I know that I remember Sins of the Father was very tough for me to write. So do you feel like what you created with Ruby and Rain? Did you feel that it was easier than your horror, or do you think horror just by nature is just a tough thing to write? Where do you feel that the challenges were for you writing steampunk versus the horror that people know you for?
I found it a little bit easier, but I also find myself trapped. Every time I try and start something new, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a pulp sword and sorcery thing. There's no stakes. It's just running around with swords and loincloths. And within about 3 or 4 pages, I'm stuck in some existential drama or some multiverse thing. So the thing about horror is it's very subjective. And what's the line from Spinal Tap? It's a fine line between clever and stupid. It's such a subtle thing that it can tip over into ridiculous very, very easily.
Now, as a New Zealander, there has always been this uncomfortable, dark strain in like New Zealand fiction, movies, until relatively recently, of course. And I feel like that I could identify a New Zealand piece of fiction just reading a few sentences and saying, oh, there's a little uneasy, lurking horror kind of thing underneath it.
Well, hell, look at the piano. Look at the movie The Piano. I mean, good Lord. I remember that was my first impression of New Zealand. And
oh, yeah. You never wanted to go there, right?
I never wanted go there. I'm just like, good lord, that's a depressing.
They chop off fingers in New Zealand.
Yeah. What's up with that? And then I saw and then I saw What We Do in the Shadows, and I'm like, oh my god, I want to go to the big Coomera. Someone take me to the big Coomera.
Well, I was just asking and thinking, Grant, that I haven't been there for 10 years. I haven't lived there for 10 years. Whether New Zealand fiction is still kind of got that lurking, or has it changed?
Every now and then, you actually no, it does. I was trying to think of an example which is the opposite of that. And you look at some of Taika's comedy stuff, or Thor Ragnarok, and it's all bright and it's colourful, but actually even there's
darkness.
Little darkness. Oh, yeah. So a few weeks ago, obviously our COVID situation here is much better than the rest of the world. We've been really fortunate. A few weeks ago, I got to see Crowded House at Spark Arena. So that was the first concert I've seen in a couple of years.
No, Brett, talk slower.
People without masks on.
I know.
Without masks going to a motherfucking rock concert.
But here's the thing. The support act was Reb Fountain. If you haven't heard Reb Fountain, she's an amazing singer, amazing songwriter, and that stuff is dark as hell.
Well, now I would argue. This is the thing, though. Everyone talks about how cheery and laid back, and but even in the works of Peter Jackson, even in the works of Taika, in particular, there's one in particular. I remember it made both me and Pip like audibly gasp, and it was in Jojo Rabbit. Now, I'm not going to give anything away, but if you've seen Jojo Rabbit, you know the moment. But you know the moment where I'm talking about. And if you're like, I've seen Jojo Rabbit, all I have is one word: butterfly. And I'm just going to just leave it at that. And the minute I say butterfly, if you are, I can always tell the Jojo Rabbit people, because they're the ones that do this. There is a real trauma. Where do you think, Grant, that comes from? Does it come from the isolation of being so far away from New Zealand? Or is it just like, hey, look, we're pretty chill down here, but yeah, we can get into some dark shit. What is it, Grant, about it? I married into it, so I kind of know. But
Yeah, maybe it is the isolation. Maybe it's the vast nothing, which is can be beautiful on a good day and can be terrifying on a bad day.
Actually, that's getting back to that one day.
I will tell you this, though. You guys in New Zealand and even Pip here talk about the isolation of and the remoteness of New Zealand, and yet I still remember when I was told that the All Blacks were coming to play rugby at Soldier Field
in Chicago.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? We'll be lucky if half that stadium is full. There's no way they're going to fill that stadium. It was sold to capacity. 60,000 people showed up, and I was like, okay, well then these are going to be a bunch of posers. They're all going to be wearing, USA Eagles. But no. there were a sea of All Blacks, and when they
even the Americans were wearing them.
I'm like, I'm at one point turning to Pip and going, I didn't know 60,000 people in America knew what rugby was, and it's just so. I don't know. I'm not buying into that. But I will say this, Grant. I wanted to find out what you're working on now, and where people can find you online.
Okay. What I'm working on now is my day job is keeping me pretty crazy busy. So I'm doing what all smart people do. I'm working on 3 novels at the same time.
Of course you are.
The first one's actually the closest to steampunk I've ever written that's not Ministry. It's a Sherlock Holmes novel.
Ooh.
Well, actually, it's an anti-Sherlock Holmes novel. It answers the question of what happens if you take the great master of logic and you put him in a place where logic no longer applies. If you take Sherlock Holmes and you mash it up with John Carter of Mars, and then you create a war against all gods everywhere, it's basically that.
Wow.
I'm also writing a relatively contemporary horror novel. My ultimate, I write a lot of music-based stories. And this is about the biggest band in the world, or were the biggest band in the world in the 90s, and they made a deal with some forces that they shouldn't have, and they became huge. Their charismatic frontman died of a heroin overdose 3 days after he said he was giving up drugs forever. They were the biggest band in the world, and now they're in a reunion tour, and they're back in California for the first time in 20 years. But the deal that they made, there's some clauses there.
Always read the fine print.
But before I get to that, I'm finishing up something called Three Past Desolation Cut, which is a weird Western post-apocalyptic story, which is just one woman's quest to find the man who broke the world and make him pay.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Those all sound very exciting.
They really do. Hey, Grant, look, we know it's early, and we really do appreciate you coming in and talking with us all the way from New Zealand for this. Thank you for helping us celebrate 10 years of the ministry, and we
appreciate you writing for us.
Yeah, we know that if we need another New Zealand short story set within the ministry, we're going to be coming and calling. Okay.
Oh, that'll be awesome. I'll be there.
All right.
All right.
Take care, Grant.
Alrighty. See you later.
Cheers. Bye. A little touch of home right there for Pep.
Oh, now I'm getting too disturbed.
Yeah. Speaking, it's funny that he was talking about the horror music thing. There is a fantastic New Zealand film that actually goes into rock and roll and horror, and it was called Deathgasm.
Oh yes.
And man, that was a ridiculous film, but man, when it got dark,
highly hilarious.
It was highly hilarious, but it was also extremely dark. Extremely dark. Boy, it was fun. It was really fun. It was great seeing. Them. Are you feeling a little wee nostalgia?
I'm feeling a wee nostalgia. A little homesick. Little homesick.
Speaking of we, I need to take a quick author break. So why don't you talk to Chad about something ministry related?
Something ministry related.
I'm going to also hydrate because, like I said, I had a 10K this morning. So go on ahead and be your lovely entertaining.
Oh, I know a good story to entertain them with.
All right, I will walk over.
So we have done. I'm going to take these headphones off.
Throw on your hat if you wish.
I can throw my hat. So we have done 3 book trailers. The last one, T mostly took lead on, but the first 2 I helped out with. The first one was for Phoenix Rising, and we had our neighbor Link Williams of Ball Groove Studios who offered to help us with it, and we had Jet Dixon. She came and she played Eliza. And T played Wellington. I think it was basically just the 4 of us. And we went up we had a connection up in a place called Stanton, Virginia, which is, it's got a beautiful sort of Victorian era main street. And we went up on a Sunday, and our connection got us a key and permission to go in and film in this old Masonic hall in Stanton, Virginia. And if you go and watch the video, I'll post up the link in a bit. If you go and watch the video, you'll see the streets of Stanton, Virginia, and you'll see the inside of this Masonic hall. And one of the scenes that Link wanted to shoot, which oddly enough didn't end up being used in this video, it got used in a later one, was there was this beautiful wooden staircase, all beautifully carved, and Link wanted to get a shot from above looking down into this stairwell as Jet and T ran up, ministry style, ran up the stairs crazy, but also had these really nice sort of black and white tile floor, so it looked pretty stunning. And so I was up at the top with Link. We had multiple cameras. Link had a big camera, but we also had a smaller camera on one of those. He doesn't have it because we threw it away. Little stands. It's called a grip stand or monkey grip, and it's made of little balls, and you can wrap it around things to kind of position the camera in sort of odd locations. And so T had set that up, and then he and Jet went down to the bottom, and they started running up the stairs. As they are running up the stairs, and we're filming, and I'm holding on to Link's belt because he's leaning way out over the railing to take the shot. Link calls out, action. T and Jet start pounding their way up the stairs. There's no noise to this, they're just running. We're just getting the shot. Yeah. In the silence, we hear pop. Link screams out, "Watch out below!" And what had happened is the monkey grip had popped off somehow.
It literally popped off. It was actually.
I'm not sure. Was it did it?
It was holding the. So this was the original H4.
Oh yeah, it was an H4. Yes, it was holding an H4 because we're getting the sound.
Yeah,
it wasn't a camera. It was an H4. Yeah.
The microphones were here, and we had it with the monkey grip, basically suspended over the what do you call that?
It was a stairwell.
The stairwell.
The stairwell.
So we could get the sound. But what had happened was that for whatever reason this monkey grip decided it was going to fail. And if you know monkey grips, they
got those little balls.
They're the little balls, little spheres that are all connected together, and two of those spheres just went pop.
And this thing
fell. This thing starts falling 4 stories.
Yeah.
Now, did you tell them what was at the bottom?
No. Down below at the bottom was a 19th century mirror. Which was for some reason it was horizontal because it was the top of something. It was like over a.
It was the glass top to the basement, or as the door said, dungeon. And and so to kind of put it in perspective, the window, the mirror was here, and we had suspended the
without thinking too much about it. We thought the monkey grip would be fine.
And this thing is falling.
All 4 of us are looking, going, because this thing is going straight towards that mirror.
And somehow, as it's falling, it started to turn.
I think the hand of God reached out and just went boop.
And it literally caught one of the banisters
on the way down.
And then
it bounced the other direction.
Bounced the other direction. So the mirror's here, and then the H4 just went right by it and shattered.
We were standing there like, and we said, so Link, if it had hit that, what would you have done? He goes like, booked it.
Grabbed our shit and ran. Get in the cars.
But the funniest bit is we didn't end up using that shot until a later video, right?
We didn't use that shot until
the second one.
Until the second one, yeah.
So at least we used it for something, because considering.
I think we had one more. Actually, how about we do this, Chad?
Post the.
I'm not gonna post the link. I'm gonna show it.
Oh yeah, let's show it. It's only short, so we've got time.
Yeah. So give me a second here. Best place to do that. Now this is also my story for accidental SEO. If I type in YouTube and steampunk book
trailer, okay. See where we are.
We get a steampunk book trailer. At one time, it was the top title.
What is it?
It is now in. It's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And
it's still on the.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Considering it's nearly 10 years old.
Yeah.
Let's see how this ages.
Right. First off.
Okay. Give it all its.
All set?
Yep. Hit it.
When darkness falls across the Empire, and evil is most assuredly afoot.
Run past the bank.
Hope
That's a bank.
rests in the hands of an alluring renegade.
The bad part of
And a librarian.
Archivist. Oh, you lost that jacket too. All her acting chops into this look. That hat is great.
Shot that in the day.
That was a day. It was cold too. Yeah.
Phoenix Rising, a Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences novel, written by Pip Ballantyne and T. Morris.
That's Martin Darkley, right?
Coming this May to bookstores everywhere.
Ugh.
And if anybody's curious, those effects I made with Keynote. I did that on Keynote, chat.
Keynote? Oh my lord.
Yeah. Now we wound up using it was 10 years ago, Marv. It was 10 years
No
ago.
grey in the beard then.
No gray in the beard then. But
baby tea.
Now here's another quick blast from the past, and then no, I don't think we have time. We're gonna be talking to Catherine Bourdette in like 5 minutes, and unfortunately,
I think it's longer than 5 minutes.
It's longer than 5 minutes, yeah.
That one actually, they ended up getting longer and longer.
Yeah, they did.
They turned into mini movies.
Yeah, they did. They honestly did. No. This could still work. Hang on. So this one was for the Janus affair, and man, the guy who shot he really wanted to go all out for the second one, like all out.
I think he really wanted to do a
movie. And I had issues with it. I had issues with it, but there you go.
I think he was enjoying just having a nice project to work on.
Yeah, I think it was. So these were all the people that went into making this trailer. And man, I love this trailer. I don't think it's my favorite. I think I was proudest of.
I do apologize for arriving at this late hour.
Oh, it is quite all right. Come join me by the fire.
But on the other hand, you do have Sarah Hunter as Sophia Del Morte. So, yeah,
due to the hour in my business, I cannot stay for long.
This was forever ago.
About 9 years ago we did this.
Sarah's so lovely. Inside and out.
That felt good to put in there too, from the award-winning author.
A shame.
Yeah.
Fire and brandy do make for lovely companions on cold nights like this.
Don't know it.
Perhaps another time, when you are not engaged in your
Piper J. Drake
professional pursuits.
In fact, doubtful. I rarely play social calls.
No.
Which is why we could use her in the third one.
With associates with whom I have done business.
That corset is the best.
The maestro has sent me for the device.
I am still trying to understand the power
And that was
source
actual
and
firelight.
test the limits of output. Otherwise,
The maestro is no longer
Yeah, we had all the
interested
curtains
in
pulled.
testing. From what he has seen, you've effectively solved the earlier problem of power
And
stability.
that's Link.
I stole
This
it
is Link,
for you. After
and he's
all,
just vaping.
please
and he
don't
just blew
forget that.
out. That's in
it's not
the
perfected
basement.
yet.
Not
Don't give it that.
perfected. I find your feigns humility most trite. You say the
what was
device
in
is
there?
not
It was just a-
perfected. And yet you took that poor suffragist from a moving train.
That's then
there was the mysterious fate that befell a sister
This was a bit of
from your
stock
own
footage.
homeland.
We didn't actually have a train.
She was
That's right. That's a
an
heater.
insult. Do not dare presume that we were cut from the same
We
cloth.
had a full class for
She
this
needed
one.
to be made an example
There was outside shooting.
And you did. You have successfully proven the accuracy of the device's targeting system.
Yeah.
The maestro was
You still have the
impressed, and so was I. That is more
Ah,
than progress
okay.
in our eyes. That is accomplishment.
It is still too soon.
And she
What of the
learned an
heathen and
Italian
her
accent
allies?
for this.
The colonial?
Ah,
She is but a trifle. I've dealt with her
ah, young T.
before. The
Oh, no.
man.
Watch out, Jet.
Yes, we have a past.
Watch
Then you
out, T.
understand how important it
Serena's-
is that we do not progress any further in your
Serena
agenda,
was like,
lest we are discovered. And of all people,
No.
you should appreciate how many have become involved.
Those individuals are what we refer to as collateral damage.
But such rash action could tip our hand when we are so close to
Douglas.
our creation's potential.
Douglas.
You taking the device this early in our agenda was not part of our
really
agreement.
showed a lot with just her
Agendas and
hands.
agreements change. The maestro will have the device tonight.
Man, it feels like a movie that it could have been.
No.
Oh, this was the first time I ever.
Do choose your next words very carefully.
All this dialogue,
Signora,
Jack, all this dialogue
please.
is from the book.
While we have come forward in
this is the
so
entire
many
scene from
ways,
the book.
there is one
I remember the whole
variable we have
editing took
not
a lot
tested.
longer than the first
And what variable would that be?
We're nearly there, Catherine. But never trust an Italian assassin.
Distance.
There's the shot.
Oh, there's the shot! She had to fall.
Not bad for 4 days of shooting.
No, little special effects.
So here's the only time I got upset with our director Link. So I'm gonna pause it. We have nearly a minute and a half of credits for a. I'm like, that is too chunky. That is too chunky.
Too chonk.
Too chonk, chat.
All right, that was fun to watch. But let's bring our next guest in.
Yeah, we're gonna bring in our next guest.
I will point out that shield for the ministry designed by Alex White.
And on top of being designed by Alex White, the music you heard for the first one was
Also from Alex White.
composed by Alex White, and it makes an appearance here.
Unfortunately, Alex couldn't join us today, but they're all over the ministry as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think Alex is maybe just behind Katie.
Just in front of Katie, I think. Just
Maybe in front. Yeah, maybe in front. Music
there
design.
she is.
Hello.
Hi.
All the way from Austria.
Yes, got all the time zones today.
I know we're hitting them all. How are you, Katharina?
We have not seen you
I'm
for
good.
so long.
Yes. I mean, it's been I've seen T recently, but not you. Yes, it's been ages, isn't it?
I know. So, congratulations first on becoming a lawyer, right?
Yes.
In this
Took a
in-between
while.
Time.
I think 10 years ago I was just finishing law school. I think so. Took a while.
Well,
It doesn't matter. It happened. It happened. That's what's
Quite.
important. That's what's important.
And
now you brought a whole lot of another different aspect in the ministry. You brought Austrian history into the ministry.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really, you know what it's like when you go to school and you are not that interested in your own history. I mean, I was much more interested in the French Revolution and stuff like that. But when I started writing my own books, I got into Austrian history more. So, and then I looked, okay, who was on at the time when Steampunk and the ministry books were set. And up came this iconic figure of Empress Elizabeth, or Sissi, as we call her.
Sissi, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, back in the day, she was the equivalent of a Lady Di. She was fantastically beautiful, absolutely obsessed with looks and everything, of course. So she was already back in the days, so in the late 1900s, this iconic figure.
Well, maybe she was ahead of the curve, because now we've all got COVID hair. Because I remember Sissy was obsessed with her hair.
Yes. So she had this really big hair and extremely long, and she put always flowers in it. And it's just one of those people who've been around. There've been movies made about her, and there's been a musical that's, I think, on and off still playing in Austria to this day. And she was this absolutely, and at the same time, and there's where the connection with Di comes back in, this extremely tragic figure. And she always had this obsession with death, and so to bring that in and bring in a machine, because she lost her son, who committed suicide, her only son, and to bring in and try to have this machine to bring him back to life. And I thought that was kind of Viennese history is always a bit dark and twisted and a bit morbid, so I thought that would work quite well.
I always think it's really great if you can bring in the dark and twisted history, because people often have a sanitized version of history sometimes.
Yeah, in this country, that's not that easy.
Well, in America?
Well, yeah, okay. In America, yeah, it is simplified.
Simplified.
Plus, already got the whisker.
It could easily fit into like a school curriculum, but so why don't you tell us real quick, Katharina, about your story and its particular place in the ministry mythos? What was it that your short story brought to us?
Well, I think it was just, I wanted to bring another culture, another aspect in, because there were all these empires, and there were all these royalties going on. So what I wanted to do is, Sissy and her husband, Franz Josef, they actually had quite a nice love story until she went off the rocker. So I wanted him to say, look, I'm an emperor. I can't really, ask my own people for help because my wife's doing God knows what in the basement. And that's where I thought that was quite a good idea, to bring, foreign help in with a bit more of a special interest and special knowledge that, where he might not be able to get his own guys in there. So a bit of a covert, get a bit of covert action in. So yes, that's where it fits in. So it kind of runs in parallel, and I didn't want to meddle too much. So basically, I just open up the side story in across the little pond.
So with your own writing, though, it's you dabbled in quite a few different genres, and have you written steampunk since working with us?
No, actually, I haven't. And it was always weird for me. I tried to, in all the short stories I've done for Every Photo Tells, I tried to dabble in genres that I haven't done before. But steampunk, if you're a nerd and historically inclined, steampunk is not the greatest leap in the universe. I've done mostly fantasy, but yeah, in short stories, I haven't done anything more steampunk since then. That's true. I stuck with fantasy.
So, would you find that steampunk is more challenging for you than, say, writing the type of fantasy that you're more drawn to, or do each of the genres that you tackled present their own unique challenges?
Well, I think I do write fantasy more than I read it. So if I would write what I normally read, it would be more classic crime fiction, and then fantasy. But I haven't managed to really write it yet, apart from a short story. So I think with fantasy, for me, the thing was that you really can invent just everything, and it doesn't have to be.
Been hearing that
yeah, it seems to be a theme.
Yeah.
Yes, and well, my books are based on legends, but then there are legends, I could twist them around whichever way they fit me. And with steampunk, I think I've done more actual research for the short story for you than I did on my books apart from reading legends and myths. I mean, research to get things accurate, not okay, can I find a story that fits in with my universe. So yeah, I found it quite challenging, but in a good way. It didn't really bother me. I think it's more of it's already hard if you're not doing it full time, or if you can't do it full time, to sit down and write a book, then to have to invest, just as much time into research. So that's maybe why I never got into, or if I did write crime, it was like this cozy Agatha Christie-esque time slot where I didn't have to research enough, because I mean, my knowledge about medical stuff and CSI stuff is from the telly, and God knows how accurate that is. I'm always a bit afraid of messing things up and offending someone. So
I suppose when you're dealing with someone who's actually lived, there's also a certain, at least I found when I'm bringing somebody actually to life in Steampunk, it feels like there's a bit of a weight. Like, even if you can twist the facts a little bit, but like, you're like, yeah, I'm still writing about someone that lived.
Yes. And I mean, it was a little bit easier because she's been such a mythical figure. And for example, the musical Elizabeth, that's on, I think they've translated into Japanese, and God knows how many other questions. That's very much, it's basically a love story between her and death. So it's her life story in a musical, but death is just such a big part of it as a character in the story. So, there have been so many things where her character has been made into this mythical creature. It wasn't too hard, but still you needed to put it into context. You needed to make sure it would fit into the right time frame, and that would everything fit. So yeah, and I wanted to do her justice a bit.
Yeah,
I think.
Sure. So so what are you working on now? Do you have any current projects? And I know you're currently working on the project Nerds of Law. And I wanted to ask how that was going.
Yes. So, well, apart from the attorney bit, I've started a legal tech company with a colleague, and we've just released a tool to save proof from hate online. So basically, when people insult each other online, very often it's hard to prove that in front of a court. So we've developed a tool, and now we're going around pitching that. And if there's some free time, I've only just managed to release the third book in the Wiener Blut series in winter as an ebook. So I'm fumbling around with the paperback. But I've actually started, in between. Sometimes you've got these things where it's NaNoWriMo, and it's like, okay, I'll take 2 weeks off and just try to do Nano, where I've started to write this kind of Scottish-Austrian crossover, kind of fun agenty thriller thing, and not a bit like a James Bondy thing, but not taking itself too serious. Because I was always saying, with my history and my husband being a Scotsman, and this whole kilt porn mystery thing going on, I should write that.
Yes.
Wasn't I supposed to? I mean, look, it's really late here. I'm drinking whiskey. I can say that. So with all that, I thought, oh, I should be able to write that, but I couldn't. So I kind of started off, and I was going for a love story. Then it ended up turning into a thriller, but very tongue-in-cheek thing. So that's what I'm working on at the moment.
We love tongue-in-cheek. In fact, Eliza D. Braun was called James Bond in the Corset.
Yeah, she was called James Bond in the Corset. I do remember that.
That was one of the reviews.
So where can people find your work, Katharina?
Well, I mean, the main books they can find at Wiener Blut. That's WIENER-Blut.com. BLUT. That's it. So yeah, there you can find all my books at the moment, and yeah, you can find me on Facebook as Katharina Bordet and stuff, and I will post whenever something's going on there.
And your podcast, Nerds of Law, where can you find that?
Yes, nerdsoflaw.com, but it's let's say it's 90% in German, but there's the odd English episode like the one with T, where we brought him in.
Because I didn't finish that deal.
No, he never got that. He never got that German.
I'll try to work on it later.
Yeah.
Catherine, it was such a pleasure to see you. And
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. But thank you for taking some time out to celebrate the ministry with us.
And give our love to your hubby.
Will do. To another 10 years. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So Paul Ellis, who was supposed to kick us off at the very beginning, as far as I know, we are going to be seeing him coming to studio at. We're expecting him coming to the studio. Phil Rossi Media just commented, "This is amazing. Have a great day. We've been out all day, but I'm looking forward to catching the VOD." And Phil wrote something for us. I remember in that first season.
Yes.
Yeah. I love, and actually, again, similar to Grant, one of the characters that was really it was actually Steampunk India. It was Sunadasi. She fell in love with this character that Phil Rossi created, and she wrote, I believe it's called "In the Deep Satanic Mills," or
yes, Dark Satanic Mills. Those Dark Satanic Mills.
And she basically, took the character that Phil created and took him to a new adventure.
Gosh, we've been really don't you feel like this is an embarrassment of riches? Not just the people who are able to join us today, but also just like over a decade.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
I mean,
wow, we're rich and
we've had a very good run. We've had a very good run. I mean, getting a peek behind the curtain. We're not sure how long the first book is going to be with Harper Voyager.
It may be running towards the end of its run.
It may be coming towards the end of its run. But here's the thing: we got 10 years out of this book.
Oh yes.
We have been collecting royalty checks on this book.
On this for 10 years.
On this for 10 years.
So this baby knows us nothing.
It does. It's like the computer that I wrote it on. It's like the computer I wrote it on. It owes us nothing. And
it has brought so much to our lives, really.
It really, really has. And for those of you who are just joining us in chat, for those of you who've been hanging out in chat, we have been celebrating all day, literally all day, or all afternoon rather. 10 years with this particular series and 10 years with this book. You saw the original trailer that we shot in a chilly day, and it actually snowed that day. I remember in April, but it was we filmed that in Stanton, Virginia, and we found these
guerrilla style.
I mean, people honestly thought that one shot where you see me and Jet run in front of a bank, people thought that we green screened that in. That is an actual Capital One bank in downtown Stanton.
We had to carefully frame it so you couldn't see the
so you couldn't see the road or the cars or anything like that. And it was really fun. It was really a lot of fun. The guy who did the voiceover was a guy named Martin Darkley. And I just recently
I'd forgotten that he did that.
Yeah, no, I
oh, that's a nice.
No, Martin's great. Martin's great. and in that original, it was just me and Jet. And the concept was, how about we're just running and we do the thing with Big Ben, and that became our first book trailer. And we premiered it at I remember we premiered it at Balticon, or rather we showed it at Balticon. And that was when we I'm trying to remember some of the other stuff about that. We premiered it at Balticon, and then actually the big one was the Janus Affair. And I remember one of the funniest stories about the rollout of the original Phoenix Rising was we wanted to do a tea party, and it was at the Steampunk World's Fair. We were going to host a tea party.
Oh my lord!
And
yes.
We found out,
like as you're about to step into the room.
Yeah, we found out as we stepped into the room. Well, there was a lot of things that went wrong at that Steampunk World's Fair. One of them was that they thought it'd be a great idea to have all the readings, in the same room
as the board gamers.
Yes. As the gamers, not the board. I shouldn't say the gamers. I should say the board gamers. So they're in the back of the room, being quiet. In other words, they were shouting at each other, and we're trying to have a reading up front. But we had made all these wonderful little cookies. We had made these cookies, these blimps, and gears.
We had asked for like a carafe of hot water.
Asked for a carafe of hot
That's
water.
all we wanted.
That's all we wanted, a carafe of hot water. Catering at the hotel got into a pissing contest and said, we're not going to do that. So so what happened is somebody said, "Well, I'll get the coffee maker out of our room." Pip is literally making a cup of tea one at a time on this thing, and all because the fucking catering people said they can't have a carafe of hot water. It was ridiculous, and that was just one of many of the weird.
But that
things.
was the event where we met
Peach
and Liana Renee Heber.
Everyone's favorite perky goth, Liana Renee Heber. We met several really lovely authors at that event.
Yes.
And then there was the following the following year when Janus Affair came out. And the funny thing was, people didn't tell us this until Harper Voyager said, we're sending a whole box of books.
That's right, we gave them away.
And we said, how much do you want to sell them? No, just give them away.
People were like, okay.
And we were like sliding people books, and people were like, oh, I read the first one. This is great. How much?
You're like,
you're like, nothing.
Here, have it.
Like, what? But the funny thing was, there was this one young girl who was an absolute super fan, and we didn't know it until she got there. And she literally saw us. She was going down the line. She saw us, and she screamed.
And we were like, "What? Did you see a spider?"
And we just jumped in our chairs, and we're kind of staring at her. And she's like, "T. Morrison, Pip Valentine." And we were like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Ah!" And she screamed again. And we were just like,
"Would you like a book?"
Slide it across. And she was like, "This is the new one." I'm like, "Yeah."
It isn't out yet.
It's not out yet. I'm like, "We know. And we're giving it to you for free." And she just went. I mean, she was
so sweet.
Oh, she was so darling. She was so
sweet.
And I think last story I want to tell about that, the weirdness of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences, was when we went to New York Comic Con, and we were guests at New York Comic Con, and we I guess I don't need this because I don't think the mic is with audio. Anyway, so they didn't know, or rather, so we basically the train was running late. We got checked in, and we run into New York Comic Con. We have half an hour to find out where we're.
And there's just like wall to wall people.
It was wall to wall people, and I finally run up to this one guy wearing a staff shirt. I'm looking everywhere for staff shirts. I can't find anybody on the staff, and I finally see a
grab this guy.
I grab him. I go, "How you doing? We are author guests, and we don't know where to go. Can you help us?" And he looked at me, and he looked at Pip, and he went, "Where are you going?" And I went, "We're going to the Harper Voyager booth." And I read out the number, and he was like, "I can help you."
Yeah, I can help you.
And we got to the signing with like maybe 5-10 minutes to spare. And I remember walking around the corner, and we saw this line of people.
And we were like, "Oh gosh, the other person must have been still there."
And I actually said, "No." J.R. Murdoch just said, "I don't have the last book in the series. I need to remedy this."
That can be fixed. That's easily fixed.
And so anyway, so I come around the corner, and I see a line of people, and I went, "Oh, thank God, the author before us
is still on.
So
we're okay.
Time. So we're okay."
And we're walking down
a friend of ours was in the audience, and actually you've seen her on this stream before. Nutty, Nuchatas. Nutty was in line.
Yeah, we're walking past, and we're like, "Oh."
And we said, "Oh, and I said that, and Nutty looked at us, smiled, and shook her head, and I went, "Wait, all these people are here for us?" And then a group of people turned around, and they're like, "It's them."
It was a little science fiction, like, "It's them."
I was expecting that.
Pod people or something.
The invasion of the bodies. Like, and we go up to the front, and there it is. This, and people are applauding, and I'm just like, "We're sorry, the train ran late." I wore this hat. I was wearing this hat for this.
Yeah.
I think. And man, we went through, and there was and I'm not kidding, chat. There was a stack of books, like at least 5 deep, and they went from the floor up to about here.
And we were just
signing.
signing.
And then I turned around and they were gone.
Yeah.
Now, granted, because it was New York Comic Con, you couldn't sell them. You could not sell them. You had to give them away. And Pip had like I had a very rough weekend at that New York Comic Con.
Yes. But that was a shining moment.
That was a shining moment. The other 2 shining moments at New York Comic Con, though, was Pip's signing for Geist, and then turning around and being on a panel with Brad Sanderson. And I met him years later, and I said, I just wanted to say, dude, you were really cool with my wife at New York Comic Con, and I just wanted to say thanks. He's like, yeah, of course I'd be. I don't want to be a dick. And I was like, cool.
Yeah. He was a lovely person that went out of his way not to throw his weight around.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think I reached out to Paul, and I did send him the invite, and I'm not seeing him. I didn't see him respond to my email either. I'm just going to double check one more time.
Well, let's give it another 5 minutes, and then we'll bring in our cosplay buddies, Christina and Verena, and we have
Verena, and I'm going to finish that story about the.
Now, I sent you the German version. It's only 5 minutes long, so
I know.
You could play that.
I know. Well, we were gonna play that at the very end.
Oh, we're gonna finish it out with that?
Yeah, I thought that's what we're gonna finish. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, you mean playing now? You know what? Let's do that. Let's go ahead and let's do that. So let me.
I haven't seen the whole video. I saved it.
All right. Now this is gonna be odd, but chat, track with us. I'm just gonna say, track with us, chat.
It's not odd. It's not odd. It's charming.
It's beautiful. No, it's beautiful. But I'm gonna say, but it's like, wait, where is this coming from? So we are.
Maybe.
Wait. Could you get the German translation so we can talk a little bit about the title?
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
While you get that ready.
Oh. You all right?
Yeah, just pull my plug out. Beep. Not my plug. Plug to my computer.
Excellent.
Well, here it is. Actually, there's 2 of them.
All right. So chat, we were originally going to call this. We were going to call the series Books and Brawn.
I'll give you one.
That was the plan. We were going to call this Books and Brawn. Hang on.
It's a lot thicker.
Yeah, and we were going to call this Books and Brawn, but our publisher Harper Voyager.
They said that's a little too cutesy.
And that's when we came up with a Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences novel as opposed to a Books and Brawn novel. We sold it in Germany, and Germany was like, a Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences is going to take up the entire cover.
So
they instead called it Books and Braun. Das Scheißen de Phoenix.
But when you should hold them up as like.
So apparently we
and the German version is a bigger format as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean, wow. But
but the thing they did this nice front piece.
Oh, really nice little front piece where it works as the bookmark. It really is beautifully done. It's a thick, it's very thick.
It's chunky.
It's chunky. So here's what we're gonna do. While we give Paul a few more minutes.
Let's play this.
We're gonna play this instead. And this chat is Verena Vorsatz. You're about to meet her, and she is gonna she's gonna go on ahead and tell you a story. So hold on one second. All right, here we go.
Beep.
Happy birthday, Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. For your 10th anniversary, we're gonna revisit how Wellington we met all those years ago, but in German, so enjoy. Pip Valentine und T. Morris, Books und Braun, Kapitel 1, in welchem unsere unerschrockenen Helden einander zum ersten Mal begegnen und es Gehöre knallen lassen. Noch nie hatte Wellington Thornhill Books, Esquire, eine Explosion aus solcher Nähe gehört. Und nach dem Klingeln in seinen Ohren zu urteilen, würde er auch keine mehr hören können. Holz- und Metallsplitter spickten sein Gesicht, doch er war viel zu verwirrt, um Schmerz zu empfinden. Stammten die Splitter vielleicht von der Zellentür oder von der Vorrichtung, die ihn gefangen hielt? Stand der für diese Folterkammer verantwortliche Techniker noch dort, wo er vor der Explosion gestanden hatte? Was war mit den Wachen? Die Zeit schien sich zu verlangsamen, kroch wie in den trägen Träumen eines tiefen Schlafes dahin. Ein trockener Knall und kurz darauf ein zweiter sorgten dafür, dass ihm die Ohren weiter klingelten. Zwar konnte er durch den Rauch nichts erkennen, doch er war froh und dankbar, dass er zumindest von einem Gentleman entführt worden war. Einem, der es für angemessen gehalten hatte, ihn nicht seiner Kleider zu berauben, bevor er ihn an die Wand kettete. Nur ein ausgemachter Schurke hätte ein derart despektierliches Betragen an den Tag gelegt. Seine Kleidung also hatte ihm einen notdürftigen Schutz vor den Trümmerteilen geboten. Natürlich nur da, wo sie seinen Leib bedeckte, denn da ihm die Hände gefesselt waren, hatte er lediglich den Kopf zur Seite drehen, die Augen fest zusammenkneifen und dann das Beste hoffen können. Neue Laute drangen zu ihm durch. Ein an- und abschwellendes Sirenengeheul alarmierte den gesamten Gebäudekomplex über das gewaltsame Eindringen eines Unbefugten. Eingedenk der überaus großzügigen Menge an Dynamit, die für die Öffnung seiner Zellentür eingesetzt worden war, vermutete er, dass es sich um einen Sturmangriff seitens des Ministeriums handelte. Eine Woge des Stolzes stieg in ihm auf. Es tat gut, dermaßen geschätzt zu werden. Dann trat aus dem Rauch eine Dame. Allerdings legte ihr ungehörter Aufzug nahe, dass sie diese Bezeichnung nicht verdiente. Sie trug Kniebundhosen mit Nadelstreifen, sorgfältig in ihre langen Stiefel gesteckt, welche erst kurz oberhalb des Knies endeten. Beunruhigender noch als die Tatsache, dass diese Dame Hosen trug, waren die an ihren Oberschenkeln befestigten Dynamitstangen. Ihre Stiefel waren zudem mit mehreren Wurfmesserscheiden versehen. Und das Mieder aus schwarzem Leder diente nicht nur dazu, den Busen dieser zierlichen Frau anzuheben, sondern bot auch eine rutschfeste Oberfläche für den Patronengurt, den sie quer darüber trug. Den letzten Schliff verlieh ihr ein beeindruckender pelzbesetzter Mantel, den sie wie ein leichtes Cape trug. Ihr regloses Schweigen kam Wellington allerdings seltsam vor. Sie hielt den Blick starr auf ihn gerichtet und sah überhaupt nicht erleichtert aus. Vielmehr machte sie den Eindruck, als unterzöge sie ihm einer Musterung. Als sie dann sprach, ließ sie endlich die Pistolen sinken. Wellingtons Ohren hatten sich mittlerweile so weit erholt, dass er sie verstehen konnte. »Sind Sie Bucks?« fragte sie und steckte die Pistolen in die Halfter. Wellington hustete und schnaubte, bevor er ein ersticktes »Ja« zustande brachte. »Na bestens, wäre auch dumm gewesen, wenn ich mir die ganze Mühe umsonst gemacht hätte.« Sie steckte einen merkwürdig aussehenden Schlüssel in seine Handschellen und erleichtert hörte Wellington das Aufschnappen des Eisens, das sich sogleich wiederholte, als sie seine Knöchel befreite. Dann schlug sie die Nadeln von seiner Kleidung, mit denen ihn der Verhörspezialist zu einem menschlichen Nadelkissen machen wollte. Wellington musste ein paar Mal blinzeln, als er den Mann auf dem Gesicht liegen sah. Aus seinem Rücken ragten große Splitter der Tür. Es barg eine gewisse Poesie, dass die Klingen, Nadeln und anderen abscheulichen Instrumente von seinem Tablett auf ihm gelandet waren, sodass die Werkzeuge seines Gewerbes nun seinen Leichnam schmückten. Gleich neben Wellingtons Peiniger lagen, frisch erschossen, die 2 Wachposten. Mit trügerischer, zierlicher Hand packte ihn seine Begleiterin an der Weste. »Die Förmlichkeiten später, jetzt heißt es, die Beine in die Hand nehmen«, sagte sie und zog ihn von der Wand weg. Wellington hätte gern Gelegenheit gehabt, sich diesen Engel der Zerstörung genauer anzusehen, doch die Frau hatte recht. Sie mussten verschwinden und nach dem Klang ferner Stimmen zu urteilen, die sich in das Geheul der Sirene mischten, so schnell wie möglich. Wenngleich es ihm durchaus fröhlich stimmte, seine Gefängniszelle endlich verlassen zu können, gemahnten ihn das düstere Licht und die Steinmauern, dass er sich noch immer in dem festungsartigen Bau des Hauses Usher befand. Und während er seiner Retterin in die fackelbeleuchteten Gänge folgte, versuchte er dahinter zu kommen, wie es dieser geheimen Gesellschaft von Tunichtguten gelungen sein mochte, von seiner Position in dem nicht minder geheimen Ministerium für eigenartige Vorkommnisse zu erfahren. So, that's it. Have fun celebrating the birthday.
That is just so much fun.
I could tell that we got to the bits where, are you books?
Are you books? Yeah, I was trying to follow along, chat, and a little tougher than you think.
Got to hit that Duolingo once
Gotta
you've
hit
mastered
that
Spanish.
Duolingo a little tougher. After I get the Spanish, the German's next. Gotta admit. That was fun, though. That's fun. Thank you so much, Marina Berzatz.
It was so cool when we got the news that it would go into German.
And then it got translated to Russian.
Oh gosh.
And so we have all
we do not have anybody Russian.
No, we don't have anyone Russian doing a reading. Okay, so if our cosplayer, because I don't think let me just double check.
Is Paula?
See. Nope. He never responded. Oh well.
Well, let's bring in.
Let's bring in Eliza. Let's bring in Eliza and Eliza. Let's bring in our double
Elizas.
Double Elizas.
Like a shotgun.
Yep. Double Eliza. All right, here we go. So we got Verena coming in, and there she is. Yay! So there's Verena, and now we just gotta wait for Christina to join us.
Oh, thank you so much for reading to us.
That was a delight, Verena.
Yeah. Hey, and I just discovered in T's ancestry, Germans. So
I guess I do have some Germans. I do have some Germans.
So
right.
He's allowed to drink your beer.
And there we go. So there we go. There's Christina. This is how we're gonna ease out of this. Ease out of this amazing stream. So wow, where do we begin with you two? Okay, so I do think I should finish that story. Okay, so
the hot topic story.
The hot topic. All right, so we basically drop about $300 to $400 collectively in this one hot topic. And
that lady was just about to close up for the night.
And she loved us. She loved us, right? And on top of that, you've got so let's see. So Verena got I believe Verena got Christina got the Loki pajamas.
Yes.
I sure
Verena
did.
got the Deadpool ones.
Yes,
And then
Deadpool's
I
still
got
alive.
the Marvel ones, right? And we're gonna talk about how that
Very
came in.
very handy.
It came in very handy a little later. So anyway, but as we're driving home, so we got Funko Pops, we got all kinds of stuff, and we're driving home.
They're having a great time.
And Verena was like, you would have thought. I think Verena was more pumped about the hot topic than she was about the photo shoot, where she's going to be on not one but two, count them, two book covers.
But hey, hot topic.
Free.
F that, hot topic.
Yes, that's 3. Don't forget countless
Pineapples.
Oh, countless hues of crimson. Wait, hang on a minute, chat. Hang on.
Now you've brought it up. He's going to bring that cover
Oh
out.
gosh.
But then there was a big snowstorm coming, but they didn't know about the big ice storm that was coming.
So this is the third book, everybody. Countless Hues of Crimson.
With Lauren Scribe Harris,
With Lauren Scribe Harris.
who told us that I need my boobs on your book cover.
These two were
Damn
actually
right.
instrumental, chat, in making Countless Hues of Crimson happen.
Yeah,
okay?
it's their fault.
The story goes is that this was the Uber. Okay, gotta set it up. So the idea of Countless Hues of Crimson was that there was a erotic novel of dubious nature that was written by the people of R&D, and it had standing orders. You used what was called a Cardian grill, and you would basically put that on a certain page somewhere, and it would have little cutout holes, and you would read orders of where and what you needed to do. These were standing orders for the ministry, and we made it as a push, as the final push for our Kickstarter.
The last stretch goal, I think.
That if we could make $20,000, we would actually write Countless Hues of Crimson. These two knuckleheads right here decided, hey, let's go on ahead and let's see if we can really push it. So Verena starts showing off a little bit of leg, a little bit of touch. and
they're like, we've got to make this happen.
Union Jack.
The only downside, Verena,
Yep.
we've seen the tattoos. Now you can only do that for Final Fantasy knockoffs now. can't do it anymore because otherwise we got to airbrush out all that ink.
There's Photoshop. Everything's possible.
I will Photoshop it. So anyway, so we'd shot three three book covers, Countless Hues, Protocol and I'm sorry, not Protocol. Yeah, no, the Ghost Rebellion and Operation Endgame. But we had just scored at Hot Topic bid, right? Scored at Hot Topic big, so we're heading home
on a high.
And then we noticed that it started to flurry. Then it started to ice, and I'm driving a Volt, and I'm like, okay, this could be rough. And what should have been a 2-hour drive, 3-hour drive?
Yeah, 3 maybe.
Took us about 5 hours.
It was a
in the dark with ice.
With people spinning out in front of us.
We saw. All right, I lost count after 5 spin outs. How many did you guys count?
I think it was 16.
Yes. There were people in the ditch. There were people against the retaining wall. I mean, it was crazy.
The cars that were in the ditch and against the retaining walls and all that. All of these cars
were trucks, generally. Yeah.
It was trucks, SUVs. I mean, it was crazy pants. We get home, we literally pull in, and I'm like, I'm not relaxing until this car is turned off. We pull into the driveway.
Everyone sits there for a little minute, just quiet.
I turned off the car, and I think you could hear all 4 of us in the car do this. And then,
but then the good times happened because we got snowed in for 5 days.
Yeah, we got
cook-offs.
Verena Chat was she was such a sweet little optimistic angel. She said maybe there will be enough snow and they can dig out one. No,
not Northern Virginia, baby. Not Northern Virginia. But you know what?
We did build a snow BB-8.
Yes, we had some fun.
Oh, we had a great time.
We had a lot of fun. Serena still remembers that day very fondly. That weekend very fondly.
Basically, we all stayed in pajamas.
Drank chai.
We drank chai tea. I made some very boozy pulled pork barbecue.
It was great.
And man, we had a good time.
I mean, I'm sure you, Verena, were like, I need to get out of here. But we were like, we get to keep Verena for another day. Or was it 2 days?
2 days.
Was it 2 days?
2 days.
Yeah.
We kept Verena for 2 days. We kept Christina for 3.
That's right.
And they lived to tell the tale.
But the funny thing was that we were tossing up which weekend of the 2 weekends we should have the photo shoot at. And we were like, let's do it first. But we were like kind of vacillating at some point. Maybe just wait to the second. So glad that we got it out of the way on the first weekend.
So where do we begin? Christina, how about you tell the story about your first cosplay? Your first cosplay for us.
Your first Eliza.
Ooh, yeah, I did. that, looking back, that was a little rough. And I think the biggest challenge,
like books.
I mean, I had fun doing it, so that was the whole point, really. The hardest part was packing it up and making it not look like dynamite when I flew out to meet you guys.
Right. I didn't post the picture of you where you had dynamite stuck around your leg.
There's little arts and crafts in the hotel room right before the convention.
Yeah, flying with dynamite.
I mean that's steampunk for you.
It's a little dangerous.
Gosh. I mean, if it's not dangerous, what's the point?
Exactly.
I was channeling my inner Eliza.
I'm gonna take this stuff and I'll put it together in my hotel room.
I remember one, but I'm trying to remember. I think you introduced yourself to us at the book signing. Was it the book signing?
I think so.
There was a lot of beer in between, so.
Well, no, you're getting ahead of us.
We did.
There's a picture of that too.
Yes.
There was a so I want to say there was a signing, and then you showed up, and it was at Emerald City Steampunk. It was Emerald City Steampunk Fair, if I remember correctly. And
I thought it was Demicon we met.
No, it wasn't Demicon. That was the second time.
Ah.
And that was where chat Christina really flexed her muscles because she had like a different Eliza outfit every day.
Oh, right. Yeah. I did the opera dress.
Yes.
Yeah, you did the opera dress.
And you had votes for women.
You had the suffrage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. But the if I remember correctly,
it was Emerald City.
It was at our book signing for Emerald City in Wichita, Kansas.
Of all places.
And you came out to Wichita because you said, I looked at your schedule and this was the furthest out west you were going to get.
Yeah, I'm from California, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
and then and I remember we were at the book signing. You came up, and I remember going. I think it might have been Pip. It was either me or Pip. We were like, "This is a great outfit you got," and that's when she's like, "That was when Christina said, well, I'm cosplaying as Eliza."
And we were like, "Oh!"
And we totally fanboyed. We totally fanboyed and fangirled. We just lost our
And then we were like, "Come to
And then I fangirled, and she's like, "Ah."
Yeah, well, there was this whole fangasm happening. But then, no, if you remember, we were standing in line for Abney Park, and we saw you, and we said, "Hey,
come with us."
Come on with us. And Christine was like, "Yeah, sure." And we were all hanging out, chit chatting. And then one of the con staff saw us and said, "Oh, we have reserved guest seating for Abney Park for the guests." And we're like, "So like you don't have to stand in line." And we're like, "Oh, okay." And then we both turned to Christina and said,
"Come on."
Are you coming? And Christina was like,
yes,
absolutely.
And then we wound up having dinner, and then the beer started flowing.
What a ride!
That was a good weekend.
It was, and I was looking up on Facebook finding that picture because I wanted the date, and that's November 2012.
I know.
Oh,
right?
wow.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been 9 years. 9 years.
Yeah.
Now, what about you, Verena? What was your first? I'm trying to remember how. I think Christina found you before you found us.
No, actually, Pip found me first. Very randomly, because I was still working as a bookseller back then, and I was reviewing one of the first books in Brown in German on my blog.
That's
and
right.
Pip commented it and was like, "Oh my God, the author just commented on my book review." Yeah, and then I think a year later I realized, hey, actually a steampunk cosplay is something you can do. And then there was Christina already doing it, and I just hopped on the train, and then everything just happened.
It's so peculiar.
And I remember Verena sent us like, I mean, it wasn't just a photo shoot, chat. She did a photo shoot. She shot little videos.
Yes, I still have them. I was watching the other day.
Still got them.
You were down in like an archive? Was that your cousin's archive?
That was one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was the second photo shoot we did, I think. That was in our city's archives.
Yeah, the first one, I remember the first one was you had like you had like a you were running around different spots with bundles of dynamite and things like that. You had this one shot where you look like you were getting ready to chuck some dynamite, and I'm like, okay, I don't know who this person is, but I'm digging the vibe.
I love that she's taking a chance to look like she's throwing dynamite. Germans must be very forgiving.
Yeah, and let's see, and then let's see what.
I'm surprised our dynam didn't get both of you into a lot of trouble.
Well, it got me some awkward looks.
But they were probably like, maybe we don't mess with her.
Well, I've been walking around the city in a Sephiroth costume with a katana before, so no worries there.
They're like, oh, there's Verena. There she is, doing something weird.
All right, so Christina, I guess my first question to you would be, of all the memories that you have, ministry related and us related, what's the standout for you? What's the standout memory?
Jeez. My brain just short-circuited. The convention that never was. That was a good weekend.
Oh yes.
Beer festival and all that.
There was a lot of beer that weekend.
I even remember that day. So.
Oh yeah.
I remember that day because I had to pick up these two drunk fools. So what happened?
I just we get in the car.
Go ahead, Christina. Tell the story.
Tell the story.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so I don't remember what convention it was for.
It was.
I think it was the first. I want to say it was like DC Con or
something like that.
It was local for you guys. Yeah, it was local for you guys because I was staying at your place for the first time.
Yeah.
And they canceled like the week of.
Yes,
No,
like
2 days.
Yes,
before.
and we felt awful.
Yeah, you flew out.
Yeah, my stuff was packed. Like, this is happening. So yeah, then flew out and let's see, I got to tour Manassas with Pip. And
we went out
he
to
and
the Shenandoah Valley, didn't we?
We had we did the caves.
That's right.
We did lunch on the river at some place. I don't remember where.
Oh yes, OCCURRENCES. I think we were at work too. I think we went out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was the beer festival,
which is sort of a blur for some reason.
Yeah. So chat, what had happened was
I saw the river, like, oh.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out, okay, well, so what we're gonna do. And that's when Pip was like, well, there's a beer festival. I said, say no more. And she dropped us off. And so, but here's the worst bit.
I had to pick you guys up.
No, that was the worst bit for you.
The worst bit for me.
For us, it was the hottest day in July. And not only was it the hottest day in July, we did not sunscreen up for this.
We did not.
So they're drunk.
There was no shelter, really.
There was no shade. There was no shelter. And we were burnt to as crisp, but we didn't
like a little.
care.
They felt no pain. Not then, anyway.
Not till the next day.
The next day they felt
pain.
Not till
the next day when we were both hungover and sunburnt.
Yeah.
Worth it. Hashtag worth it.
I had to let the windows open of the car as we drove because there was so much beer. I was like, if I get stopped,
we were just sweating beer at that point.
What about you, Verena? What about you? What is your standout memory from the ministry? Whether it involves us or whether it involves Christina or somebody else, what?
Oh, there are actually many, many memories. Most of them involve beer or rum plums and breakfast burritos. Yeah, rum plums and angry Franconians.
The lovely angry Franconians.
I'll forever I loved staying with you, although being snowed in and actually having just a very wonderful time. And yeah, it's not just a memory, but it's a feeling of my steampunk family, to be honest.
Aww.
Even it sounds very kitschy right now, but it's true.
It is true. It is true. This whole thing has been like, we've been very lucky to have met so many amazing people. And, I don't know why the hell you trusted us, Verena.
It was a weird situation because we were like, well, we could reach out and Pip was like, T, do you understand how weird that is? I'm like, yeah, I do. And
I don't think she's gonna know.
Didn't we lead in, Verena, by saying, hey, look, we're not serial killers or anything? And I'm sitting here listening.
That's what a serial killer would say.
Killers would say?
Yes.
Yeah, but then again, it's highly impossible that two psychopaths meet. So yeah, chances were pretty low.
The fact that we were two of us. We could be two psychopaths.
Yeah.
Obviously, she did not see that film. What was it, California, with David Duchovny?
Yes. Well, maybe the fact that Christina had stayed with us and lived
to tell the tale.
There is that.
I want to say Verena and I were chatting on Facebook Messenger for a while before that. Maybe there might have been a vetting process.
Yeah, like
there was a vetting process.
I vouch.
Did they murder you? Are you still alive?
Is this really you? It's a robot? Tell me something a robot wouldn't say.
We replaced you with a pod person.
But that leap of faith was okay. I mean, it got you to bath in beer, so
that is true.
So gotta bring everybody up to speed on that. So basically, for my 50th, to celebrate my 50th my 50th anniversary, my 50th birthday, I wanted to go and see Germany because I'd never seen Germany. And of course, Verena was over there, and I said, "Well, let's go." Because I also wanted to experience. Because man, Jesus, I was so determined to find a microbrew and impress the hell out of the German.
You did it on the last
Man,
day.
That first night was like, oh shit, this is gonna be a long 2 weeks because we served her this beer.
Was chocolate or was it coffee?
Oh, it was the coffee vanilla porter, and it was awful.
The look on her face.
Brewery, and she's like, "This is awful," and I'm like, "Okay, she's just jet lagged.
It'll be okay."
Yeah.
She's just jet lagged. Then I took her to my favorite brewery, not one of my favorites, my favorite brewery. Take her to Dogfish Head, and
she's like,
she is making a face on every beer, and I'm like, "Bitch is gonna be walking home. We're just gonna leave her at the fucking hot topic." She can make a survival hammock out of like Penny Dreadful pajamas and Funko Pops. Fuck her. Insult my favorite beer. I was pissed, but then the ice storm happened. I said, okay, I gotta
concentrate.
Channel this hate. Let me channel this hate. And then
the snow started coming down.
Well, no, right before the snow started coming down, though, I dared one more. Now I'm gonna set this up, chat. This is another favorite brewery of mine.
Owned by
the sons of our priest, prominently featured in the priest that is prominently featured in the third book. And I said to him, I said, I want you. And they were like, hey man, what's up? And I said, okay, look, got this friend from Germany. I was using friend in pretty broad terms. But I said, I got this friend from Germany. And so far I have struck out in showing
you gotta help me, man.
The beautiful movement that is the microbrewery movement. And Verena the whole time is just sitting there like this.
Impress me.
And he turns to Verena, and if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Verena, he does say to you, what kind of beer do you like? And I think you said like good German beer. You were blunt. I just remember you being very blunt, going, it's a long walk. You better remember that. It's a long walk. And he goes, I got just the thing. And he pulls out this beer. It's a farmhouse ale. And that's what he said to her. He said, it's a farmhouse ale made with Virginia hops. It's made with Virginia wheat. This is the most Virginia beer you will ever drink. And he puts it in front of him. And I do remember saying, it's a long walk home if you don't like this. And I don't know how good of a bullshitter she is or not, but I tell you what, she took one sip and she slams it down and goes, now that's good beer. And they put one of those beautiful bottle growlers in front, and Verena literally cradled it like a child and was like, I have the picture, chat. And it was the spirited nurse.
Yes.
Every time that is served, Verena, I think of you.
And it is a good beer. Now, having been to Germany and sampled their German beer,
good God.
When Verena said, now that's a good beer, we know it's a very good beer.
It was nice mug. It really, I can honestly say, Verena, it was worth all the hype. It was worth all the hype.
Yes, all your hate was not justified.
She waits until she gives you that.
Yeah, of course.
However, on the other hand, I do not like beer, and I have never liked beer, and I turn beer down everywhere. But when we get to Germany, I'm like, this is Germany. I got to try the beer at least. Just try it. And I'm drinking it, and I'm like, holy shit, I like this. Glug, 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 glug. Another.
I mean, what about you, Christina? What did you think of the beer over in Germany?
It was fine. It was delicious. I loved all of it. And I would just like to say that I impressed the Germans with my drinking skills. So
Oh,
like,
you
you had
did?
like 5 and you're still hanging. All right.
You're all right.
I'm making my ancestors proud, bro.
Yeah. Whereas when T saw
Don't at
the
me. I know
beer
what I'm
for
doing.
breakfast, he lost his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I was like, we have a name for this. It's called a drinking problem. But then I had it, and I'm like,
It makes sense. It makes sense. In Germany, it makes sense. But hold on, when we talking of drinking beer for breakfast, we have seen it in one occasion in this country. The Smoky Mountains of Tennessee.
Oh, there you go.
We're walking up the main street, and there is a bar that is open at like 8 o'clock in the morning. And there is, how should we put it? Redneck?
I was going to say there was some local
colorful character
local characters there
with a huge stein,
pitcher of beer,
no food, and
a cigarette.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, breakfast of champions right
but
there.
we walked up, we went to some shops, and we came back like 10 minutes later, and that beer was all gone.
That was gone.
So that's how Americans imagine drinking for breakfast. Whereas the German one had some nice food. It was it was nice and light. It was very
we were not
tasty.
prepared for the food. We were not prepared for the food scene of Germany. Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
But I also remember two other memories that pop into my head. One that I really loved was when we got pulled over, or we got the border check,
literally,
and the German cops leaned in and wished me a happy birthday and asked me how I was doing. With the
Yeah,
beer.
the Americans are sitting very still.
Yeah, and then
just
the guy
like,
goes, "Oh, it's your birthday! Happy birthday!"
And we're like, "Oh,
you enjoying the beer? Yeah, you're having a good time with the beer."
I thought T was going to be pulled out and just beaten, but apparently, apparently not.
So and then that was when Verena wanted to treat us. And the next time we do this, Verena, this time you're going with us. We did the beer spa. So going ahead, Verena, set it up. What's a beer spa?
Happiness.
Your happiness.
The beer spa is a place in the Czech Republic. It's an old hotel, very classy, and you can bath in beer. And you get to drink a beer, and you get a beer massage, and you get awesome food. So you can spend 1 or 2 days just beer bathing and being a little bit tipsy all the time. So it's a really great occasion to celebrate a birthday. And I hope it reopens soon. So
Yes. Oh, this is also making me sad for traveling. Oh. We will get there. We will get back.
I mean, Christina, you and I had places in beer where people didn't have beer. But it was.
And we didn't care.
We did not care.
And the live stream.
Zero
Yeah,
fucks
he
given.
live streamed it.
I did a live stream. In fact, I wonder if I
Is that video still around?
I think it is. Give me a minute.
God.
Give me a minute. You guys,
It's not against terms of service, is it,
no,
T?
it's not against terms of service, but it was
Ministry
a little
after
spotty.
dark.
It was a little spotty in the video.
Strangely,
itself.
when you were in the beer bath, the Wi-Fi was not that great. But maybe now you've had your shot, you can get better 5G.
Possible. All right, hang on one second. So you guys keep talking.
Oh my gosh, yes, yeah, and it was just so much fun to visit Germany and hang out with you and
go to all the
see a bit of
closed
your world
buildings.
and your cute little town and the archives. Oh, that's right, you went down to the archives, didn't you?
I
Christina?
did. Yeah.
Was it as adorable as it looked in the photographs?
It was. It was so cute, and I got to touch an old vellum document from like the 14th century, 13th century. It was cool.
So
the archivist pulled it out. I'm like, can I touch it? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay.
Well, that is when we went to that little cafe in your town, Verena, and we were looking out at all those buildings, and I think it was T that said, "How old are they?" And you were like, 16th century or something. I don't know.
They're kind of recent.
Yeah, New Zealanders.
They're newish.
It was a very humbling moment,
They're
and yeah,
newish.
New Zealanders even newer than America. So for me, it was like I was quietly on the inside going,
Yes, like the day in Nuremberg when you like saw all that very old stuff, and yeah.
Yeah. And they were setting up the Christmas markets, and we just missed the Christmas, just before they started. Did they do those last year?
Nope, COVID.
Well, hopefully this Christmas.
Oh, it was 2018. It was 2018 when we were over there.
Gosh, was it? So it's coming up on 3 years at the end of this year.
3 years. Yep.
In November.
Hang on though. June 19th.
Don't tell me you actually saved it. I was wandering around the.
I know I've got it in there.
I was wandering around the city at the time, and I was watching you inside the building, taking a bath, and giggling about where the beer was, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, I love you, but man, you didn't need to stream this, did you?"
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. You bet I did.
Yeah, try being on the other side of the curtain while he's doing it live.
Chodova, yeah. And you bought a bunch of their like bath products, like their
They have a
moisturizer and
shampoo.
And they were really good.
Oh yeah, they were fantastic.
Yeah. Oh God, I miss getting on a plane.
So unfortunately, I'm not finding the clips on Twitch, so I can only assume they're somewhere on YouTube. I had to have archived them on YouTube. But man,
great, they're out there somewhere. Who knows what's doing with them, T?
Well, they were a little choppy. The audio was tight, but they were a little choppy. Choppy. But yes, it was a beer spa, and man, good times. Such good times. Such good times.
But I also want to thank these two, because they were the ones that pointed out, hey, did you know in April it's going to be 10 years since Phoenix Rising came out? Because I literally went, what?
That was actually Christina.
Did Christina notice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God someone was keeping track of time.
Got by us, everybody.
I feel like this whole year has kind of messed with the whole perception of time, you know. So it's nice to be able to celebrate this and think, no, this is 10 years. This is a set date, a set point in time.
Yeah. Fixed point in time. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So, we know it's late where you are, Verena, and we know it's not late where you are, Christina. But we just wanted to say thank you both, and thanks for joining us and seeing us off at the end of this event.
Yes. And thanks for just being there and supporting the ministry and us as well. Absolutely. And being friendos. Friendos.
Super friendos.
Line.
And as soon as we can gather again,
I love hanging out with you guys.
Well, as soon as we can.
As soon as we can. We'll figure it out.
Let's find some time.
Yeah, we'll find some time.
Find some places.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. So you all have a great night, and Pip and I we're gonna sign off. We're gonna sign off.
Get out of our corsets, because this is the most dressed up I've been all year.
See you too. We love you guys.
Yeah.
Love you too. Take care.
All right.
And then I'll turn your camera on. And now we're gonna just slowly.
Oh my goddamn COVID hair! Lord, it's trapped.
Lord, this COVID hair.
This COVID hair is going, man.
Hair. This COVID hair.
I'm gonna get it. I worked out that I can actually get a trim next week.
I want to see if there's.
God, look at it! It's huge.
Beer spa. Let me see if
Timor's beer spa porn. That's what you should look for.
Yes, there is. Oh, look at that. Actually, I found this.
Where is it?
What is a Czech beer spa like for $40? Soaking, yeah. So here's the. Here's the.
What is it on YouTube or?
It's on YouTube, yeah.
How long is it?
Okay, I'll have to look it up. But yeah, there's a beer spa. There's a beer spa in Iceland. Unfortunately, mine didn't turn up.
Oh, okay.
But I'll have to.
Maybe it's lost to history. And that's
no,
okay.
It's not lost in history because we did it. And I know
we did it.
I know I preserved it. Oh, and look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. I'm getting. Oh, look at this. To celebrate the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
We got a gifted sub. Oh wow. a gifted sub, 10 subs for 10 years. Misty, she went on ahead and she dropped it a gifted sub to Dark X Link, to X Exec John, Crunchy Sashimi, Bobby MP, Hatchling Phoenix, Ghost Facers, Christiana Ellis,
wow,
Amy, Quizax, and Chris 3711. Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Thank you.
Nice way to end a stream like this. This was a crazy day. We got a lot of stuff done. And I heard from Paul Ellis, but the weird thing is he texted me, or rather he pinged me on Gmail, and he said, "Sure, I'll see you then." I said,
"Oh, he just literally said he thought it was Central Time."
Oh no! Oh no! Oh crap!
We can't squeeze him in?
No, because I have a
That's right.
I have to change out of this, and I'm going to be back on in about like 10. I'm going to be back in about 10 minutes because I'm doing a Podcasting for Dummies recording session, and I got to get ready for that, chat, because that's the next thing we're doing here. Again, thank you all for bearing through the one thing we have learned. One thing we have learned about this is that the next time we do something like this, we're going to run some tech checks just to make sure everything works.
You know what I'm going to say to Paul? I'm going to say let's have him on the shared desk.
Yeah, let's have him on the shared desk. Let's actually have him on the shared desk ASAP. Let's make that happen. And maybe a 15-year anniversary. Yeah, that might be a possibility. Or there's always the 15th anniversary could be a good time as well. However we do it, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do something because man, this was fun. And I appreciate each and every one of you just hanging out with us and celebrating 10 years. You guys asked some great questions. You guys had questions for our guests. You had questions for us, and then of course there was just the perpetual hangout where everybody was like, yeah, we're just gonna sit here and chill with the ministry. It has been an amazing 10 years. It's been an amazing ride. I mean, just looking at these three things, the fact that we wrote this stupid Countless Hues of Crimson, and that was the other thing too. We actually did because people were doing this as part of the Kickstarter, we actually released it, just a standard looking little novella, Countless Hues of Crimson. But for the backers, they got what was called the Decoded Edition.
Yes.
And we had peppered throughout the entire thing decoded messages, and the actual messages were like highlighted in bold.
Like seek shelter and all these mission statements.
Don't.
We have done some weird, strange, fun, crazy things.
We did.
And we've met some.
And we have.
I mean, I don't want to get all cheesy on you like an American or anything, but we have. We've met some amazing people, done some amazing things, gone to some amazing places.
It's been a good ride. It's been a real good ride.
So the next thing for us is, as we prepare to sign this off, is we're going to finish off the third book in the Verity series. We've got some short story ideas that we want to get there. I'm working on the Winchester House. God, that's a crazy place.
Yeah,
very peculiar.
And I'm working on.
We are working with the Yeti.
I'm working with the Yeti, so bear with me on that.
So yeah, and I still have a couple of stories I want to post on Tales from the Archives as well. We are pulling ourselves out of this pandemic, and we'll get there, and hopefully so will everybody else.
Yeah.
So wear your mask, get your shot.
Yep.
And we will definitely continue to bring you peculiar things.
Absolutely. All right. So I'm going to wrap this up, and then in about 20 minutes, I'm going to be back here with Chuck Tomasi, and we're going to be
less peculiar.
And we're going to be doing Podcasting for Dummies, the companion podcast. So thank you, everybody. I'm just going to go ahead and let AutoHost do its thing because I'm going to be back in a few minutes.
So what? Yeah.
So there's no real reason to
raid anywhere.
To raid. All right, everybody. You all have a great night, and I will. And again, thank you for an amazing decade. Thank you, Sam. But thank you for an amazing decade of peculiar occurrences. We really do appreciate it. Everybody, have a great night. And if you stick around for Podcasting for Dummies, fantastic. If not, we'll see you later.
Okay.
Good night.